Hey guys, and welcome to Sasquatch Theory. In this video, I interview Amy from Texas. She had one of the most amazing Sasquatch encounters I have ever heard in my life. I honestly learned so much from her experiences, and it's one of the best Bigfoot stories I have ever heard, and I won't forget it. This is a very traumatic encounter, and you can tell it has deeply wounded Amy and enlightened her at the same time. We often speculate that the Sasquatch are pure evil and they are very dangerous. But what if you or your child was saved by one of these creatures? Would you change your opinion about them? I believe and theorize that people who have had cryptid and paranormal activity are experiencing spiritual warfare, and if that is the case, it will be something that science will never be able to prove. I would like for all my listeners to be respectful to Amy, and she has really been through a lot. If you guys can, please be sure to show your support in the comments and let her know how much this means to you that she was able to open up and share her encounters with all of us. We are called to love one another and to encourage each other, and I hope you guys do that for Amy. Could you imagine what it would be like to be with a clan of Sasquatch and interact with their baby? Well, you don't have to imagine it because Amy will put it in perspective for all of us. This is honestly every Bigfoot researcher's dream, to interact with these creatures and to make contact with them. Amy gives us a clear view of what it's like to be in the presence of a Bigfoot creature and what their world is truly like. If you guys can, please support the channel by liking the video, commenting down below, and subscribing to the channel. You can also purchase some merchandise and it helps spread the word about Bigfoot and Sasquatch theory. Alright everyone, with all of that being said, let's dive straight into Amy's Bigfoot encounters from the state of Texas. Alright Amy, welcome to Sasquatch Theory. How are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you, Miguel.
Yeah, it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the show today. Amy, if you would, tell me a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and your Bigfoot encounters and experiences from the very beginning.
Okay, so I think it's important to tell you how I got here before I tell you where I've been. So my name is Amy, and I'm from Texas. And I think that disclosure starts with one person at a time, and this is my disclosure.
Okay, I appreciate you for sharing that with me. And if you would, tell me a little bit how you got to these experiences and describe everything in detail, please.
Okay. I've waited a very long time to talk about this, and I've listened to about 5 years worth of testimony from other people to help me get here and validate what I've been through. And everything just didn't click right until I was able to sit through QHHT, which is a regression therapy by Dolores Claiborne that I self-taught myself out of fear of being judged and not knowing where to go.
Yeah.
And it's also helped with some teachings from the Monroe Institute, and I'm thankful for their processes also, because it's let me sit in my encounter from a third person and process things a little bit more clear and safer, because when fear starts, you can pull yourself out and start over, and I did this over and over until I knew I was okay and alive to tell about it. When I talk about it, I feel like I'm like dying all over again. So it's like a rewind from the end to get back to the beginning, if that makes any sense. I made flashcards for today, but I'm not even going to look at them because they don't even matter at this point.
Definitely take your time. I'm with you, and I support you, and I understand that you've been through a lot, and I can relate as well. So just know that you're not alone, and don't be embarrassed or ashamed. I'm with you, and I understand. Okay.
Okay. I had honestly thought that my story would die with me, until you reached out to me in the comment section of your channel. My encounter is not your average encounter. And my whole life has felt like an initiation into a world that others have no idea about. It seems I've had a shamanic calling and a spiritual awakening all at the same time. I'm in my late 40s, and my encounter started when I was 8. My grandfather was a Cherokee Indian, and I learned a lot from him, but not by spoken words and languages that y'all are used to. These are languages used by the universe, your heart. So having an awakening can be both terrifying and wonderful, but lucky for me, I have a lot of love and help and support from my family, and the help from a really special friend that I call my family. I sent you a copy of her picture. Her name is Root. Others would be terrified of her, but I'm not anymore. And I call her family because that's what she is to me. She is my family, but she is also my friend. And I'm so thankful for her. The first time she showed me, she was still around me. And this was also the moment that changed my life forever and brought me here to you, Miguel. The first sign that I had was when I had a sketch done of her. And it was the final sketch. And my husband bought me a MacBook, and I sat down, and he gave me this wonderful journey to start. And I just stared at this sketch that my friend had done of her, and I cried for hours after she sent it to me. And to see her face again was like amazing. And that's when everything just incredible started to happen. I woke up the next morning, and in my locked fingerprint computer, in every single document and in every single place I had typed her name at, she had changed it from the name that she had given me in my childhood for her to her family name. And that was amazing. And so things just really started to pick up after that. And then it was a name that I was never allowed to know. And I think that she knew my intentions, and I think she knew I was ready to stop dying and start living. And the very footprints that kept me out of the woods when I was little had now led me back, to find myself. So when you write about someone in a formal document, you use their real name, right? So it was incredible to see her real name and what it was, and not the name I had given her. I had called her Root because she smelled like root beer, and she also rooted in plants and gathered and did things and loved arts and crafts. So that was my name for her. And that was the name that I understood was hers. And I now know that root is strong. A root is strong, and it makes trees strong. And that is the only way I can describe her. She was as big as a tree and as strong as a root. I remember thinking, I wonder if she had rolled into sassafras plants or something to give her the smell of root beer, like nature's perfume. So that was my first sign that she was around, when she fixed her name in my computer. And the next sign literally was the next day, when she gifted me with a Bible laying in the middle of my living room floor, turned to the Bible verse, Jeremiah 3:3, and I was shocked. And what's important about Jeremiah 3:3 is that Jeremiah is the name of the first person I ever confided in wholeheartedly about her. Jeremiah 3:3 also says, "Call to me and I will answer you. I'll tell you marvelous and wonderful things that you could never figure out on your own." And I literally had to sit down, because now she had given me a Bible verse with someone that I had confided in about her. And she had also given me her name. And now a Bible verse with instructions on how to use her name to help me on my journey. So that was amazing, and it was very thoughtful. And so this is the straw that broke the camel's back, and I had my answer on what I was supposed to do. And this next thing that I'm going to tell you that brought me to you is the walk that changed everything for me and led me back to myself. So before I left my house, a morning back in November, this past November, I set my intention and spoke to her in my mind, because at this point, all these other crazy circumstances had happened. And I used her name that she had given me in my computer, her family name. And I said to her, if I'm supposed to share what happened to me, will you please just tell me? Like, what am I supposed to do with what happened to me? What do you want me to do? And am I making the right decision? I also whispered in my mind to her and to Spirit, if I'm supposed to help animals with my gifts that I've been given, please tell me. I already knew this is what I was meant to do, because I love animals, and I know it's weird, but they talk to me. The whole ride there to the nature preserve, my body was like vibrating and shaking, and I was crying. My daughter just held my hand and told me we could turn around. And I remember Tobe had given me some really good advice when I asked him a question. I asked him, like, how do you get over your fear of going back in the woods when you're too scared? And he told me, find a safe person and start with a toe. So that's what I did. I had my daughter take me to a nature preserve, and when I got there, I literally just started with a toe. So I knew I had that option. And when we got there, I wiped my face and got out of the car and looked to the woods and said 2 words, armor on, because that's what I say to myself. It kind of helps me armor up to go through whatever I'm going to have to go through that day. And thanks to my father, he's amazing. And so we started our walk, and the first thing that happened was a deer waiting by a downed tree on a, and we didn't see him at first. When we got there, he kind of blew his nose up in the air, and we turned around, and he followed like beside us in the side of the wood line, no more than 15 feet. And as we walked, before we knew it, I'd walked over a mile, and I looked at my daughter and I said, I want to tell you a story about Root. She knew who Root was. I'd mentioned her in the past, but I never told her what happened to me. So I shared with her, and we cried together. And then we made it back to the very back of the park where the buffalo were. And before I entered the woods that morning, I started with a toe, and inside my mind, I whispered to Spirit, like, if I'm supposed to help animals, please let these buffalo come over to me, like directly to me. So then we started our hike, and we got back to the buffalo pasture, and I looked at my daughter, who had already told me to quit talking to deer, only I wasn't talking out loud, so it was weird that she knew that. So I get to the buffalo, and I look at my daughter, and I tell her, I said, I know this is going to sound crazy. And she's like, more crazy than your Bigfoot? I said, yes. I told her, I've mind spoken to these buffalo, and whatever helper spirit is around me. And I told her that if I'm supposed to be a shaman and help animals, that these buffalo are going to come over to me. And she was laughing. She was like, this is the most ridiculous thing. Like, okay, whatever. So we start to walk, and these buffalo are at the very back of the pasture grazing. And as we walk, they start to walk. And my daughter's looking at me like, what? So we keep walking, and they keep walking like right towards us. And at first I was like, okay, maybe nothing. But they keep walking right over to us and stand directly in front of us. There was already other people there that was like viewing them, because there's like a viewing platform and they had their binoculars. So I thought, okay, maybe they're just coming over to see everybody else. And I told her to stay here. And so I wanted to see if they were like walking to me. So I kept walking up the platform into the very far end where there's no one around. And now this buffalo has her baby with her, and they're following me. And they walk right over to me and stand directly in front of me and stay by me the whole time. And at this point, the people back on the platform, and my daughter's like bawling, And they're like staring, like, what is going on? And I'm looking, and it was amazing. And now they just laid there right at my feet and stayed. So another mom had literally brought their baby to me. And so I had my answer. And my daughter walked down, and she hugged me and she cried with me. And she said, let's go put your big head in the car. And when I got to her car, inside the seat, inside the passenger seat of a locked car, was one white owl feather. And what's amazing about that feather is that in high school, I saved an owl that had one white feather.
That's incredible.
So now I had my answer. I don't, know what else I'm waiting on to share. And I don't know what. So that's how I'm here. And that's how I'm here to share what's happened to me with you. Because I have these amazing things all around me all the time. And they've guided me to that I'll be okay. Like, share it. What are you waiting for? It's been 40 years. So here I am, Miguel. Here I am.
Well, I'm glad you contacted me, and that's an amazing story that the buffalo came up to you and laid at your feet, and they brought their little one. And the fact that you saved a white owl and you found a white owl feather in your seat, what do you think the significance is with the white owl?
So the significance with that owl feather is my senior year in high school. I came from a small town. In small towns, you don't have a whole lot to do, and you don't have a whole lot of transportation anywhere. So driving back from a football game one night, I was a cheerleader in high school, and sometimes we got to drive our cars home from the football games. And I'm so sorry. So the significance of that white owl feather is one night I was driving home from a football game in between nothing towns on a long stretch of highway in front of a power plant. And it was just me in my car, in my cheerleading uniform, and my Letterman jacket. I know I didn't have my cheerleading uniform on. I just had a Letterman jacket on and my clothes. I had changed into regular clothes after the game. I was driving down the highway, and in front of a power plant, there was an owl sitting in the middle of the road. And it was about 10:34. It was 10:34 at night. And I came across an owl sitting in the middle of the road, and I stopped with my headlights on him, and he wasn't moving. And I thought he was injured. And so I got out of the car, and I stood there staring at him, and I saw his feathers blowing in the wind. And I thought, oh my God, what if someone doesn't see him and he gets hurt? And I didn't want him to get ran over, and he wasn't moving. But I took my jacket off, and I wrapped it around him, and I picked him up, and I carried him over to the passenger side of my car, and I put him in the seat, and I shut the door, and I got back in to the car to go home, and I started the car ride home, and I just look over there in the seat, and he's just sitting there wrapped up in my jacket and my perfume, and I have no idea how I even floated in my driveway, because the next time I looked at my clock, it was 2 a.m., a little after 2 a.m., and I was sitting in my car in my driveway, and I look over at the owl, and surprisingly, he's awake, and he has blue flashlight eyes. And so I snap out of wherever I was, And I'm like, oh my God, there's an owl in my car. I have a new car. My mom and my dad are going to kill me. Like, what if it went to the bathroom in the seat? I have to get this owl out of my car and we're okay. And it hadn't dawned on me that I have a little over 3.5 hours of missing time yet. And so I get out of my car and I go to my passenger side door to let him out. And in one swoop, he just swoops up back around and sits perched on the top of my car, looking dead at me in my eyes. And he was fine. And then when he swooped up and turned around to fly back on my car, that's when I saw the one white owl feather under his wing. And then he flew to the tree right beside my room. And I have no idea how he knew what tree was beside my room. And he lived there next to my room in that tree for as long as I did in that home. But 6 months after I saved him, my mom passed away. So the significance of that one white owl feather inside my seat of my daughter's Lot's car had so much more meaning, because not only did I save an owl that day, but a part of me died that day. I just didn't know it yet.
All right. I appreciate you for sharing that with me, and I'm sorry for your loss. And it sounds like it's letting you know that a higher power is watching over you.
That's exactly right.
Okay, Amy. So
That's
what?
exactly right.
Yeah, absolutely. So what else happened after this? And continue on with your experiences, please.
Okay, so I guess let's just jump back into being 8. Okay, because I pretty much got to where I needed to get to this point, and I don't want to like sabotage myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, you're doing fine. So whatever you want to talk about is completely fine with me.
Okay, so you just tell me where you want me to go now, because that's just pretty much where I've been or where I'm at now. I'm okay. I'm good. I'm okay. I can put you back in my shoes now if you want.
Okay, that's fine. And you talk about whatever you want. I'm really intrigued by your experiences, and I feel like I can relate to them, and I'm looking for answers myself. So you take off wherever you want, and I'm all ears, okay?
Okay, so I feel like my whole life has been an initiation for where I'm at now. And I guess you'll figure that out based on my experiences and what I tell you. And I might leave some things out of my experiences just for me, because just for me. Okay. So my mom remarried when I was little to my dad, my stepdad, that I consider my dad. He was amazing. And we moved to Arkansas. My grandfather, so when your mom remarries, you kind of have like 2 families. So you have extra of everybody, which is wonderful. So my grandparents in Arkansas were very like church people. They literally lived across the street from the church. My grandmother was a church lady. My grandfather was a church deacon, and he helped with the preacher on assisted sermons. He was a Sunday school teacher. He was everything. He was amazing. And so we lived right literally across the street. So we went twice a day, sometimes 3 times a day. And I grew up in the church environment. And it wasn't until I moved to Texas, everything changed. Sometimes you move to towns that have secrets you don't know about, and you don't find out about until you're there. And it's secrets nobody talks about, so nobody knows how to help you. You don't even know how to help yourself because you're not even allowed to talk about it. So we moved to a town in Texas, a small town, And it probably had a population of no more than 950 people at the time, even though it only seemed like there was about 150 people. Maybe, I don't know why the sign says that, because I never saw that many people. Literally, this town had a grocery store that was inside of like a corner store that had a burger store in the same place. So it was a one-stop shop. You could get your burger, your gas, your groceries, everything in one place. And if you wanted to go to the mall, it was such a small town, you literally had to drive 80 miles to go to the mall and another 40 miles just to go to a movie. So there's nothing around you. We lived in a little neighborhood at the edge of town. Our neighborhood was a circle, and in the middle of the neighborhood was a nursing home that a lady ran out of her home. She was an older lady and an older gentleman, but they had lots of kids there. And the kids that went there were kids that belonged to the teachers that went to my school. So it was a safe community. And then right across the street from the daycare was a nursing home. So my mom was like a private nurse, and my mom worked at that nursing home to take care of elderly people. And she would take me to work with her a lot because I didn't have any friends. My friends were all old people, which was amazing because they were safe. So she took me to work with her, and I read to them, and I played the piano for them, and they were my friends. And I was the only girl in that place with a little black rabbit fur coat on. I was the only girl in that town with a little black rabbit fur coat on. I had two, actually. And I feel terrible about it. I know you should never have fur coats, but my mom bought it for me, and she had one too. So it was like our deal. And I also want to start off with telling you that this is a very important part of my story too, that my mom was in a very severe car accident, and she had to learn to walk again. And so I was just there. She had recovered at this point when she started working at this nursing home. But it's important that I tell you that now because it plays into the part of the story about what attracted the female Bigfoot to me and my mom. Because she had an injured baby. The female Bigfoot had an injured baby, and she saw my mom being a nurse at that nursing home. So, okay, I won't get there yet. Let me just back up. I just needed to insert that part about the nursing home into my story right past. And weeks leading up to my encounter, I had went to a birthday party. It's a birthday party I'd never been to before, and it was also a birthday party for a new friend. And he was amazing. He wasn't like any other person I'd ever seen. He was, oh man, he was a real Indian. He wore like real Indian feathers, and he has like real like turquoise beading, and I mean, just amazing. And I went to his birthday party. And at this birthday party, I wore my black rabbit fur coat everywhere. So I'm just going ahead inserting that into your memory, that picture of this little blonde curly haired girl with a black rabbit fur coat on when I'm talking, because that's also an important part to my story. So I'm at this birthday party, and there's all these drums and these flutes and this beautiful music and this dancing and this, I don't know, whatever real Indians do at birthday parties or whatever they're celebrating is amazing. And it's like a magical flute music box just being there. And I now know that's where I met her at. Because their drums brought her in to that birthday party. Only I didn't know it at the time.
It's okay. Take your time.
So we're dancing around this birthday party, and we have like wolf hides on, and just whatever real Indian spirits, not real Indian children to play with. Not that they didn't call me a real Indian child. It's just, you don't really know what to do when when you get thrown into a birthday party that don't have a happy birthday, a normal happy birthday song. It's amazing though. I'm not putting any Indian birthday down. It's fabulous. So I didn't think nothing about it. I got back home, and it was on a weekend morning. It would have been October. And I know that it was October because my mom had me a homemade Halloween costume made. But I would never wear it because I would never go outside again for a very long time after this day. So I leave my house. I woke my mom up that morning to tell her I was going to go play. And I put my black rabbit fur coat on. I put my jelly sandals on. They were pearl colored. I put my red knicker Annie pants on. They're like red pants that come down to your knees, like your calf, like those knee knicker pants. And my hair was still in my pigtails, and I got on my bike to go get lost. And the thing about wanderers is not all wanderers are lost. We just like to go play. So I headed down. I left our house and rode past the middle of the neighborhood, which would have been the nursing home and the daycare. Got to the back of the neighborhood, cut down the neighbor's driveway, and laid my bike at the back of the barbed wire fence. And I was going to go into the woods by myself this day. I usually didn't play in the woods by myself. And back then you could play in the woods and you were okay. You weren't really worried about much. And so we played at the back. I laid my bike down by the barbed wire fence, and I took my coat off, and I laid it on top of the barbed wire fence so that I could weave my way through it and not get poked. And then I put my coat back on. So the only fur that was in that fence was from me and my coat. And I headed back out to a pond. And back at this pond, there was an old broken down tree house that nobody really played in. And there was a berry bush around it that there was racer snakes in at times. So I wasn't really sure. Had no plans of getting up in it. So I headed back there to the tree. And when I got there, it was fixed up. I remember thinking, oh my God, somebody fixed this treehouse up. This is amazing. I thought they did it just for me, and it was perfect. It looked like a Hershey kiss. And it was not really big, and it was kind of built around the other one that was there. So I kind of felt safe because I knew what was there under it. And so I didn't even care about the pokey berry bush that I waded my way through, or if there was snakes or nothing. It's I was what? This is amazing. I was in a trance, and I don't really think I was thinking about nothing. I just climbed right up in it without giving it a second thought. And when I got inside it, I was this is not right. I knew immediately, this is a nest. The branches were weaved together, backwards and together, and were like broken off in places. And I guess I don't know how I got up in this tree, because when I got up in it and I tried to get out of it, I couldn't. I looked out at this hole, round hole, and the more I looked out of it, I looked down and realized how far up I had climbed. And then when I looked around, there were big, huge, humongous poop piles, like landmines everywhere. And I was like, what is going on? And I knew I was in trouble. And I knew my mom wasn't 100% awake when I left my house, and that nobody in the world knew where I was. No one. And so I like sat there, and when I was sitting in this nest, you could see out the hole, and you could see like the pond in front of it. So the tree was like right next to the pond. And when you're in the nest, it looks like you're actually in the pond. But over to the side of the pond is where all the stuff was. And I start crying. I'm yelling for help. I'm screaming. I'm like, no one's coming. No one knows where I am, and I'm going to die here. Because inside of this nest, it's like muffled. Like you can't hear anything. It's like a container. And you could smell it. Like inside of the nest was a smell that I now know was her baby, because the smell was like a little musty, but I'm not trying to be rude, and I mean this in the nicest way possible. And if you're homeless and you are listening to this, baby, I am sorry. I'm not trying to put you down, because I know y'all go through a lot. But it smelled like a woman who was on her menstrual cycle and hadn't bathed for a long time, mixed with must and a smell of the primate part at the zoo mixed together. And so I'm sitting in there, and I'm just like, my fur, I know that sounds weird to say, but my fur is like absorbing everything inside of this nest, and I'm absorbing everything inside of this nest. And I honestly think like I'm starting to die, like I'm giving up. And I'm sitting in this nest. And so the only way I can describe it to you is if you can imagine being in your backyard and looking through your fence, how you can see through the cracks of a fence. You know, those small cracks in between, you can kind of see what's on the other side, but not really. And so that was what it was like sitting in this nest, like trying to look out and see what's going on, because the air changed. All of a sudden it got thicker, like you're sitting in clouds thick. And like the next thing to go was like my hearing, boom, hearing gone, nothing. You know, like if you're watching the movies and you see those soldiers near the bombs, you know, the ones that are in those big suits that go to dismantle the bombs, and that bomb goes off, boom, and you see that blast come, and they lose their hearing. That's like what it felt like just a big wave of boom, and my hearing was gone. And I'm sitting in this nest, and my hearing's gone. My tears are dried on my face. I'm looking out at this pond, and the water starts to ripple, and I'm like, this is bad. Like, and I'm like, okay, whatever's fixing to happen is going to happen. All I could think about was like, this is what it feels like to get attacked by a shark. You know, when you're like sitting in the water and you're just dangling there, and you're like, know something's beneath you and you don't know where it is. Well, that's kind of like what I was feeling. And so then I see that gets black, I'm like, oh my God, like the weather's changing. This is getting horrible. Like it shouldn't be dark out. Like I had probably been in this nest for over 2 hours now and no one came. And it's not that far back in the woods, not far back at all. Like not even a mile back and not even half a mile back in the woods away from people. So why no one came for me, I have no idea. But what they say, when people don't go to children crying in the woods, it's the truth. Nobody comes to children crying in the woods. So I'm sitting in this nest and the water starts to ripple, kind of like, I'm so sorry. Like, my body goes into shock when I get to this part.
You're doing great. So just take your time, take a deep breath, and know that I'm right here with you, okay?
Okay. So the water starts to ripple and it gets dark. But it's not the weather because I'm looking out of this round hole and it's still bright out of the hole. So I know that it's not the weather. And I know that it's something on the other side. But she's so big. It's not a cloud. It was her body. And it was blacked out from her body. And I think she's trying to figure out what's inside because she kept like pacing, kind of like someone paces when they're trying to make a decision on what to do. And then there's this little girl in this nest crying for help. And the next thing I know, all of a sudden, standing in front of me is a huge, giant, hairy, black lady, bigger than a tree, standing right in front of me. And she's looking dead at me. There's nowhere I could look but at her because her face took up the entire opening of this tree. And she was directly in front of the nest I was in and the same height, like they were the same. And I'm looking at her face. And the only way I can describe her eyes to you is that she has Dr. Pepper eyes. The same size as Dr. Pepper cans, the same color as a Dr. Pepper can, all the way down to the red on the outside, to the amber brown on the inside, to the aluminum on the bottom. Her eyes cycled through 3 different colors. When they got to the opening, they cycled through brown, red, aluminum. My body went numb. And I played dead. I was hoping that if I didn't move, that she would think I was a dead animal in this nest and she would leave. That's not what she did. I don't know why. It was really hard to process staring at something that isn't supposed to be there. And I'm staring in these Dr. Pepper eyes, and I'm looking at this face that is huge and looks tired and weathered and worn. And when she first got to me, she like yawned really big, how a dog yawns when they're nervous. And that's after she like looked around everywhere, like kind of panic. And she yawned really big like a dog would yawn when they're nervous. And when she did, I could see her teeth. Her teeth were the biggest teeth I have ever seen in my whole life. And I've had horses, and I've been inside horses' mouths. It is nothing like a horse's teeth. They're way bigger. I don't even know how to describe them to you other than the biggest chiclets you've ever seen in your life, put in the top of the biggest person you've ever seen in your life. And when she yawned, the outside light shined through her cheek. There was a hole in her cheek, and her teeth were broken off in that spot. And I knew she had been injured, like instantly, like I knew she had been injured, like, because her teeth and the scar and the injury on her face were all in the same spot. So I don't know, maybe if it was, she like bit through it, or in the injury that she had. I now know, I'll get to that part in a minute. And so I'm looking at her, and she's looking at me, and she's in shock, and I'm in shock. And I think this is the point where, like, I think this is the point where I, like, died. Because I don't know why, but I did the strangest thing. Miguel, I held my hands out like a baby. Would you to be picked up? And she reached in the nest and picked me up. And she gets me out of the nest and she sets me down. And I'm gonna like skip a little bit because I go into shock a little bit. But I know that it was the she, because when she was putting me on the ground and my clothes were bunched up from when she pulled me out of the nest, and she was setting me down, her like nipple drug down the side of my skin, and I knew it was a she. And the next thing I know, I'm out asleep, and I wake up, and I'm laying on the ground, and I'm by her baby, and I'm by another female Bigfoot that's older. I can only think is her mom, and a taller, skinny one that looks like a basketball player. And they're all standing around me, except her baby. Her baby is sitting on the ground with his legs with his legs straight out, and his hands are like in the middle of his legs because he was playing with things, sticks and rocks, like they were matchbox cars. And I didn't know what to do. I was shocked. And it was terrifying to be around people that were bigger than trees. And I don't know how to like break this apart to tell you about it. So I this is when I start to go in shock, and I have to like view my encounter from third person so that I know that I'm safe and that I'm alive. And so it wasn't until I was able to do this that I was able to see my encounter exactly for what it was. Because when I tried to tell it from first person, I can't get past how big they are and how terrifying it was, that I kind of just like blank out. And there's lots of time I cannot account for, and lots of time I cannot get back that I don't know what happened. So I'm sitting on the ground across from this little baby Bigfoot, and he's the only one I'm looking at this point. I'm not worried about the other ones because right now I'm just worried about the one that's in my face. like the size of me. And at this point, like, you pretty much know, like, there's nothing you can do. Like, where are you going to go? Like, I didn't have no shoes. She took my shoes off. I woke up, I didn't have no shoes on. The grandmother Bigfoot had my shoes over by her. And so I'm just sitting on the ground with no shoes on and a fur coat across from them. And they're like rubbing my fur, trying to figure out like what I am. And I'm trying to figure out like what they are. And so I remember I told you that the baby Bigfoot has his legs out in front of him. Well, I set up and I put my legs out in front of me the same way and my hands the same way in front of me. I have no idea why. It's the weirdest thing I know. And I already told you about the injury that was on her face, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
To cake my toes, and I'm sitting across from the baby Bigfoot. And at this point, the other one, the tall, skinny one that looked like a basketball player, was already back up in a tree. Like, he stayed up there looking out. He never left it. Like, he had rubbed my fur and wasn't interested and went back up and stayed there. The grandmother Bigfoot had already sat back on this big log. And I know this is going to sound crazy. I know. She was braiding a basket made out of a parachute that was old. A parachute that was like discarded. And it was like she had braided it and weaved it with like parts of the parachute, but parts with some leaves and parts with vines. And she's also looking at the pattern on my jelly sandals because they were braided. So I was thinking, I wasn't thinking anything at that point. It wasn't until after I tell you this next part that I realized what she was doing with my shoes. So I was sitting across from the baby that was sitting on the ground, and my feet, I took my toes and I like rubbed the bottom of his feet, and his legs didn't move. And that's how I knew he was injured. And I thought immediately, like, boom, like, oh my God, like, these two have been injured together. Like, whatever happened to them, like, they were hurt together. And I remember taking my hands and like rubbing his legs, and they were cold, like they weren't moving. And I got like scared, like, because I was terrified because he was like really close to me. And then I realized, like, oh my God, like, I'm touching a person with hair, and like, I don't know. And so the basket, there was two baskets. The grandmother Bigfoot was making new one, but there was also an older basket that was already made. And I don't know why, but I felt like I was food. I felt really scared. So I got up and I ran as fast as I could barefooted. And I climbed in that basket, the other basket. And I squished down really slow at the bottom. And it had like this cover over the top, but not like a cover that latched, just like a cover that like flapped over the top. You know, like cover like a Bigfoot baby backpack, like that kept them dry, that the mom carried on her back. Because I realized now that this baby was injured and couldn't walk. Because when I ran back to the basket and jumped inside of it, he crawled on his arms and his hands really fast after me. Like fast. Like you wouldn't think something that was injured to crawl that fast. Like it was terrifying how he crawled. When he crawled over to the basket I was in, I could see like through the cracks of the basket. And when he like crawled over to the basket I was in, he was like smelling around the bottom of it, like all around really fast. And I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I just stayed in it. And he went back to, she would bring him like sticks and stuff and bring things back for him to do. And he would keep him occupied. And I got out of the basket and I went over back by him and sat down. And at this point, she would like fade in and out, like disappear, like blend in with the environment. And I didn't really know what she was doing at first because all of the other ones were there. Like, why did she keep doing this? And so, like, when she would disappear, in my mind, she would say, "Hey, Moo," like, "Hey, Moo," in a really beautiful, like, song. She would go, "Hey, Moo," and disappear. And then the little baby Bigfoot would moo. He would moo like a little baby cow. And she would come back. And they did this over and over and over. Because silly humans, right? We don't catch on to things. And that's when I realized they were trying to tell me his name. Hey, Moo. What's his name? And it was so sweet. Now that I think about it, how they tried to teach me because I wasn't learning. And then I realized, like, from viewing my encounter from third person, and I looked down at the ground, it was like a dirty kaleidoscope of like symbols and tree structures and this really cool little city he had made while he sat down there on the ground injured. It was amazing. And like something started to happen, like, I don't know, like where we went, like where she took me wasn't like other places. Like, it was different. The colors were different here. The tree that she went through to get to where we were, like, opened up into something crazy I've never seen before. She took a dried up creek bed to get to the tree we were at. And it was like being in like a imaginary snow globe, but a real life one with these really incredible people. And it was like nothing else in the world even mattered while I was with them. I didn't care if I went home. I didn't care if I was going to be eaten anymore. I didn't care what was going to happen to me. I couldn't hear anything out of my ears. And I think that was on purpose because I think they were actually having conversations that they didn't want me to hear. And I know that sounds crazy, but I think they were saying some things that I wasn't supposed to know. And I think that's why I didn't have any hearing. And so something started to happen. Things started to change. And the male watcher Bigfoot that stayed in the tree, like, he crawled down backwards. He had 3 trees all in a row that were dug down into the ground, turned upside down. So the branches that were like, if a tree is upside down, the branches downwards, kind of like a ladder, right? So he could use those when he like climbed down. It was crazy. And I like get instant terrors when I see the electricity pole workers climb down because it just takes me right back to watching him. And this is the only time my hearing came back during my encounter was when he came down out of that tree. And he did 3 wood knocks on these trees with the palm of his hand. Boom, 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 one tree after another. And do you know the sound of, have you heard Scott Carpenter's tape from Survivor Man episode?
Yeah.
Where it has that Bigfoot. That's his voice.
Can you describe it?
That sound.
What was on Scott Carpenter's film?
Yeah, that rant at the very end. That I can't really describe it because I'm not that toony, and I'll sound ridiculous, Miguel. But it was that just that rant that where he did those 3 patterns. Like, that's exactly the Bigfoot from my encounter. That's exactly his voice. And I'm so sorry. Like, my body is like shaking all over right now. And that's him. I was like, oh my God, like, how in the heck? Like, I've seen that Bigfoot that made that voice. So that was amazing. And when he made those noises, like, it was time to go. Like, she like walked over to me and I was out. And the next thing I know, we are moving through a field next to the daycare by my home. And I know we were going home because I could hear the way the cold metal swing sounds when it's blowing in the wind. You know, the way that cold metal sound, that freak. Well, I heard that and I knew she was taking me home and I knew I was okay. And so she's moving through a field and I can hear the, like, you know, that tall, I don't know if it's like tall, like wheat, whatever that hay colored field grass is. It's in fields. Don't really know, but you could hear it like ripping between her fur when we're moving. And this is what I want to tell you. A lot of people like compare them to things. And I know what I'm fixing to tell you doesn't make any sense. And I have no idea why I feel this way. But do you remember when I told you I saw her face at the opening of the tree and she cycles through 3 lenses? Kind of like when you go to an kind of like a crocodile lens, a crocodile eye, how when they're in the water and that film will come over when they blink. Well, that's what her eyes did when she blinked. Like, that's the colors that happened, and that's the way they looked when they were different colors. And so I say that because when we were moving through the field, I could feel her, like, skin under her fur. Like, you know how, like, when a crocodile's laying or an alligator's laying in the water, you'll see that water, like, spitter spatter when it, like, sprinkles up on top of their backs when they do whatever in the water to make all the bubbles come up. That's what it felt like her skin was doing. Like, it just felt like all this energy under it. But it felt like the way that water moved on top of a crocodile's back when she moved. And we get to the to the barbed wire fence line because remember I entered the woods at one spot, so she was returning me in a separate spot that wasn't where I entered at. This was closer to my house. She had actually taken enough thought to drop me off next to a daycare. You can't get more thoughtful than to drop a kid off at daycare. When we got when we were still in the field next to the daycare and also still in a field that had, okay, so we're in the field next to the daycare and she sets me up on like, I now know it's a stump and she stands me up on it. And do you know how if you take your hands and it's a sunny day and you put your hands over your eyes to like look out, but the sun is like in your face, so you have your eyes over your eyebrows to look out? Well, that's what she did to her face, and she put it on my face. So her hands are above her eyebrows, both of them, interlaced together, and she puts them over my eyebrows in the same spot. And in my mind, she projects into my mind an emergency call that I know is an emergency call. And I'll tell you how I know that later. And she also projected a picture of the people that hit her and her baby with their car. And she tells me, she didn't tell me, but it was a feeling of the most love I've ever felt in my entire life. Of you're going to be okay. And I love you. And that's after she projected the emergency call in my mind. And after she projected the images of the two people that hit her and her baby with their car. And she picks me up to put me over the fence. And when she did, I guess at this point, like all my bodily senses had started to come back to me, and I wasn't really numb anymore, and I kind of could feel things again. And I just started to pee everywhere, all over me, all over her. And when she was putting me over the barbed wire fence, there was an electric fence mixed in between it. And when I peed on that electric fence, but she was still holding me in the air. And I electrocuted both of us. And she dropped me straight to the ground. And when she bent over the fence to pick me back up, her arms were so long that she didn't even have to bend over. I was a wreck, Miguel. I had just seen and been through things I couldn't explain to anyone. I had just been electrocuted. I peed on myself. I had no shoes because they kept them. I was a mess. My hair was oily because they were petting me, to console you. And so my hair was just oily. My fur was a mess. My clothes were dirty. My shoes, my feet were tender because I hadn't worn shoes the whole time. They wouldn't let me. They didn't like me to wear shoes. It was very important for my feet to be on the ground. And I stood up to walk home. And when I turned around, she was gone in the night. Like she was never even there. So I'm just standing there. It's nighttime. Like nighttime. Wasn't daytime anymore. And the sheriff, sees his cop car coming down in the neighborhood. He pulls up next to me. He looks at me. He goes, "Are you Amy?" I said, "Yes, I'm Amy." He said, "I need to get you home. Your mom's been looking for you all day, and she's very worried about you. Where have you been?" And he looked at me, and I guess the wind had blown. And he could smell me because I smelled bad. I smelled bad. Remember I told you it smelled like a woman that hadn't bathed in her menstrual cycle for days and musty. And yeah, I smelled just like that. His eyes got as big as saucers when the wind blew. And he looked at me, and he was parked right at me, right at my face, like centimeters from it. So he could smell me. He said, "I need to take you home." I said, "Do you have the password?" He's like, "What password?" And I said, the password my mom gives to a stranger if they're supposed to bring me home. He's like, no, I don't have the password. And I said, well, then I can't get in the car with you. And I walked beside, I walked beside his police car the whole way home barefooted. And when I got into my house, my mom looked at me. He didn't go inside with me. He just watched me walk in. And when I got inside my house, my mom looked at me. She was like, where the hell are you going? Where the hell have you been? Like, I'm like, I know you took too much medicine, Mom. You probably don't remember, but I told you I was leaving. And she was like, you're a wreck. Like, look how nasty you are. You're so dirty. Like, you're grounded. You've been gone all day. You didn't check in. I was like, you don't understand, Mom. I was playing with my black friends in the woods. She was like, I was like really worried about them. They don't have a doctor. She's got an injured baby. They don't have clothes. They don't got no toys, Mom. He's using rocks for Matchbox cars. Like, I was so worried about them. And at this point, like, fear hadn't really kicked in yet of what I've been through, right? I'm more worried about them and if they're okay and if anyone's going to help them. And she's like, puts me in the bathtub and she's like helping me get all this oil or wax or whatever is in my hair. I don't know what it is. It didn't come out for a long time. She was like, I got to take your fur and get it clean. It's all messed up. It didn't matter then. I wasn't going to wear that coat again. Because I thought, because the next day is when it hit me. Like, oh my God, like, I don't want to get taken again. Like, not that they took me, because you can't, like, I don't think it's taking if you go with them, right? So I was just real worried about them. And I was worried about myself. And I didn't know what was going to happen to me. And I was scared. So I, like, never went outside again. And I eventually became too scared to sleep alone. And I would go and I would hide a pillow and blanket underneath my mom and dad's bed. And I would, like, always keep the lights off in my room so that there were no shadows on the windows, and she would never know where I was or any of them if they tried to look in my window. And I would, like, army crawl below all the windows in the house so that, because my mom liked to keep all the windows open all the time. It didn't matter. And so I stayed, like, army crawling through our home because I felt so exposed to the outside because nothing felt safe. And then, so when I found out when we were moving, I was, like, so happy. I was like, yeah, like, we're moving. I'm so sorry, because then my parents actually moved next to the house. Moved next to the house that I cut through the yard that day for my encounter to happen. So now I live closer to where my encounter happened. So there's that. But that's not even, like, the worst part. Like, the worst part is my dad. I wasn't allowed to say anything to my dad, just my grandfather. My grandfather was a Cherokee Indian. So I got to talk to him about it all the time. And he would just listen. But I wasn't allowed to talk about it to my mom. And so my mom told me I could never tell my dad or anyone because they would take me away. And nobody would ever understand. And so I wasn't allowed to tell anyone. And my dad got back. My dad worked out of town a lot. And when he got back into town, he took us to a movie. And I was so excited So we drive 40 miles away to a movie theater, and we get in the movie theater, and we're sitting in there. And the movie is The Legend of Boggy Creek 2. I didn't know anything about The Legend of Boggy Creek at the time. I didn't know anything. I really just thought these were my black friends in the woods. Okay. I didn't know anything. And we get in this movie, and I get in the movie theater with my dad. My mom is sitting next to me. And when it comes to the part in that Bigfoot is pulling those kids through the creek in that boat, I get up and I run out of that theater so fast screaming. And I'm in the car ride home, and my dad has had it. He's tired of my pillows and blankets being under his bed. He's tired of me running out of movies that I shouldn't be scared of. And he's like, "Why are you scared?" And I'm like, and my mom's looking at me. She was like, "There's no such thing as Bigfoot. And if there is, there's like one. And they're in California, Amy." And I'm like, my mom looks at me, and she knows I'm fixing to tell him everything. And I look at him, and I'm like, "You're right. There's 4. There's not one Bigfoot. There's 4, Dad. There's 4. And they're my black friends, and they live in the woods." And he's had it. He's had it with me. Like, he's done. We get back home. And at this point, I'm not out. I don't go outside. I don't play outside. I am an inside person, because if this ever happened to you, you would never go outside again either. And so we get back home, and I'm scared to get out of the car, because I'm still trying to deal with what happened to me, and I'm still trying to deal with like being around things that are so big and don't make any sense, and people tell you that monsters aren't real, and then your dad takes you to this movie, and it's just like, and now you got to walk outside in the dark to get inside the house, and I wasn't going to get out of the car. And so he picks me up out of the car, and he takes me and he drops me off in the backyard, and he leaves me there in the backyard at nighttime after I just went and saw this movie, and after I've already been through what I've been through. And I just like pancake into the ground, like a fetal position, and cover my face. And the dog at the house next to me, I guess I'd been there a little bit because I saw my dad turn the porch light off and I heard the door lock. So I knew I wasn't getting inside, but I didn't want to stand up and expose me to them if they were in the woods, because what if they came and got me again? And so I think I went into shock and fell shutdown mode. And the dog, I'm wakened by the dog in the next door neighbor's yard, scratching at the fence and pawing at the ground. And she's trying to wake me up. And I wake up and I look over. And so in my backyard, there's it's just a chain link fence then. It was no tall wood fences. So there's really no protection. It's just chain link fence, barbed wire fence, woods, but all connected. There's not a whole lot of space. Nothing. And there's a white hyena staring dead at me. And it's a white hyena that's bigger than a lion, and nothing about him makes any sense to me. He's so big that his shoulders look tacked on his body, and none of his body matches. He's white, and he has gray spots. He's bigger than a lion, and his shoulders are tacked on. And the front half of him is big like a lion, but the back half of him from the waist down is skinny, small like a hyena. He has white with gray spots. He's got these blue flashlight eyes. And he's got this mane around his neck that is so long that it blows in the wind. You could see his fur blow in the wind. So it was like a lion and a hyena mixed. If they had a baby, that's exactly what it would look like. He never stood up on two legs. He stayed on all fours. And he had literally just stepped out from behind a tree. And he just stood there staring at me while I laid on the ground. And I guess fear just like hit me, and I bolted to that dog. I wasn't going to go back to my door. I knew I couldn't get inside. So my only hope was to go to the dog that was calling for me. So I climbed the fence, go to the dog, and me and the dog get into her doghouse, and we stay in there together for the rest of the night until my dad came and got me. And the neighbor came outside and said, "Amy, your dad's at the front door to get you." Because I went into the doghouse with her because I knew at least we had each other. Because I knew she was scared of the same thing I was. And so I already went through the whole thing of, I didn't play outside and all that. So when we moved into our new house, that one that we lived in, I could still feel them when they were around. I could feel her sitting outside my window, like purring. Like I could feel her like the whole room would be vibrating from her sitting by the window with her baby. And I think that was like an apology. Like she was saying, "I'm sorry." That was like her song to me. And the reason that I know that is because I'm late stage diagnosed autistic. And like humming and like helps autistic children. It soothes them. That's how I know that she was trying to comfort me. And I only put that together like recently from studying Christopher Noel and his work about the impossible Sasquatch and the link to autistic children. So my parents tell me we're moving, and we moved to a couple towns over, to a new town. And at this point, it's my freshman year, so I got past second grade, made it through all that crazy. It's my freshman year in high school. We moved to a new town. So my Bigfoot encounter was in 1984. The year is 1990. A couple of towns over in our new home. And I go to church that Sunday. And I'm 15, 16 years old. And that night I'm awakened in the middle of the night.
You're doing great, by the way. I'm right here with you, and I feel your pain, and I'm crying with you. So just know I'm 100% supportive, okay?
Okay. Let's go. All right.
Okay.
So I go to church that Sunday. No, I'm sorry. Okay, so I moved to a new town. And I joined the track team. I joined the cross-country team, and I'm so excited. And I had no idea, because the track team where I lived in my small town, we just went to the football field and ran around the track. The next town that I moved to was a little bit more advanced, and they did a little bit more with their athletes. And I really loved to run. So I joined the cross-country team, and I'm thinking, oh, great, God, we're going to go run on this really beautiful track, and I'm so excited. And the first day of practice, he takes us out to Fort Parker State Park and drops us off in the middle of it. And I'm dying inside, because I'm like, holy shit. When God wants to drop you off to deal with your crap that you have never dealt with, he will drop you off literally in the middle of a state park to deal with it. I'm sorry about my cuss word.
You're fine.
So we get to State Park, and the second my shoes touch that ground and I get off that school bus, I knew I've been here before, but I haven't been here on my own.
I heard the sound of the trees, the way that, I don't really know if it's like Spanish moss or willow or whatever the sound make. I'm so sorry. Like my body is like going into shock again. So I step off the bus and like I can smell the cabin wood. And I know instantly, like, oh my God, this is where I came with them. Like, this is where she bought me. Like, I've been here before, even though I've never been here before. Terror filled me. Like, I'm like, oh my God, like, I'm out here in the middle of a state park with nothing but a pair of tennis shoes and some long roads and people as big as trees around me. And I was terrified. So I know that this is where she's bought me. Like, oh my God, Miguel, please don't say state park to the world. Can you redact that part?
Yeah, I can. Just say state park from now on.
Okay. And when we got to the state park for practice, and I stepped off the bus, like I'd been here before, this is where she bought me. And I thought, okay. And I don't know why, but I went into like automatic overdrive and I ran so fast. I smoked the boys, I smoked the girls on a 4-mile run. I was timed speed fast. I outran everybody and I did not stop and I did not care, but it was wonderful because it was the best feel ever. And I could not at one point in time look at all of these other 5 people running with me and go, oh yeah, but like, good luck y'all. Like there's people out here as big as trees and they like can disappear and they're faster than the speed of light. So y'all are on your own. I couldn't like look at them and tell them that because 1, they wouldn't believe me, and 2, they would think I was crazy. And when I would run, I could feel on the tree line, I could feel like I was being paced, like, and I knew just from being that close to them before, because when you're like sitting across from them and all of their energy is around you, like, you know what they feel like. Like there's no, oh, that could be this, it could be, it's no, you know who it is, just like you know your spouse. So I'm running in the state park, and at this point, I know it's the baby that's not a baby anymore. He's grown up now, and he knows I'm here because he's my friend from when I was little. Only now I'm not little anymore, and neither is he. And so that was really cool to go and practice at this place and him just be hanging out in the tree line, making sure I'm okay. And didn't try to hurt me. They never tried to take me. They literally just lived right there next to me and watched me and helped me, saved me. And so the reason why I tell you that part is because it's very important, because it'll lead into my next part. So I'd been having encounters with him again, but not like in person, like the very first one, just like from a distance. And it's a Sunday morning. I go to church that morning. I go to church that night, and I come home. I'm asleep, and I'm awakened in the middle of the night by a man standing next to me in my room. And it's not a normal man. It's not a human. It's a human type man, but he's like, his skin is like blurry and like opal white. And he's like, his features kept shifting and changing because his energy was so much, he just didn't make any sense to me. He was like a human man with like blonde hair. And I can only describe him what some people would call like a Nordic extraterrestrial would look like. Human, tall, blonde. And he held out his hand for me to take it. And I remember just like being frozen and I couldn't move. And like everything inside of me is like, don't take his hand. Don't take his hand or you're going to die. So I don't. And the next thing I know, I'm just like rising up out of my bed. And before I know it, I'm awakened in the middle of the night by a tall, pale humanoid standing next to me in my room. And he holds his hands out for me to take it. And I don't. And all of a sudden, my body just starts like rising up out of my bed and not on my own. Like he's like stirring it with his mind. And he's like stirs me over beside him. And I'm standing there next to this 7 foot tall non-human. And I look back at my bed and my body's laying on my bed next to my dog. But my dog is staring at me, not in my body, like my other body next to the human in my room, humanoid in my room. And so all of a sudden we just like start to glide out of my bedroom. And I look back at my bed and my body's not there anymore. Like my whole body, like all of me is like right next to this thing. And I forgot to tell you, the dog that's on my bed, do you remember the dog from that doghouse that I used to go crawl inside with? Well, I brought him. I adopted him. I wasn't leaving him. He was mine. I begged that man my neighbor that was my neighbor. I begged him to let me have that dog, and he did. And that dog moved with me when I did. So I look back at my bed, and my body's not there, just my dog. And then we just start to glide through my house. And we're gliding into my parents' bedroom. Like, he's like letting me say goodbye to my parents. And I'm standing at the foot of their bed with him. And I'm screaming at the top of my lungs, but they are not waking up. And before I know it, we like start to float, like in the room. So now we're like hovering above the bed, but we're just like floating higher and higher. And then we float out of the roof of the house. And I can still remember the smell of the shingles to this day as I am talking about this right now. And we float through the roof of the house. And at this point, I'm alone. Like, he's not with me anymore. It's like he was just like a helper to get me out of the house. And I do not know how my body floated through a roof in a beam of light. I can't explain it to you. So I float through the top of my home in a beam of light up to a ship that looks like an eclipse would look when it's totally blacked out. You know, with that thin ring of light around the outside, but black in the middle. And at this point, I don't really know if the light around the outside of the ship, I can't process if that it was so big it was covering the moon and that was the outside edges of the moon, or if it was actually a light like molded into the ship. I'm not sure about that ring. Now that I process it, I'm thinking that the ship like blocked out the moon, and that was the moon edges around the ship. And as I'm floating floating up to the ship, it's not a fast float either. It is like a take your time float. Like, oh my God, like if they drop me, I'm dead. Like there's no way a human can survive a fall like that. It's too high. And the only way I can describe this, the way it feels to go up in a tunnel of light to a ship, is if you can like picture when you're on a roller coaster and you like free fall, how your stomach drops into your throat. Well, that's how it feels when you're going up. Only you're not free falling, you're going up into a ship. And when I get up, I'm going up into a beam of light in the middle of a ship. And when I come up into the middle of the ship, it's a round table built around the beam of light. So I'm coming up in the middle of this beam of light, and there's 8 more ETs standing around me, around the table. And I'm in the middle of the table in this tube of light with these 8 beings standing around me. And I sent you a picture of who I saw. It's not them exactly, but it is almost like them. And so there was 8 of them standing around the table, and the guy that was in my room is not with me anymore. Like, he's nowhere. And the next thing I know, I'm out. Like, I'm asleep. And I wake up. In a womb room. And it's a womb room that's round, just like a womb would be. And it's shaped like a pizza oven, though, you know, like that half circle. And the only way I can describe inside this room to you is there's no furniture. It's like, it's everything that you think a womb would be. It's like fleshy. It's like got crevices in it, like almost like if you can look at a brown sponge that has all of those like holes in it. So it's like a fleshy, like flesh colored like that, like almost like if you could put a chicken breast in your hand and mix it with silicone. That's what it felt like in there. And so I'm in this room and I'm like, I'm not freaked out. It's surprisingly, and the thing about this room is it's instant triage. Like, everything that's wrong with you is fixed. There's nothing wrong with you in this room. So if you can picture going to an emergency room and walking into the emergency room, into your room you're given, and the minute you walk in that room, everything, boom, done. That's how this is. So I'm in this room and I'm like laying on the floor, only like my hair isn't sticky. You would think being in this room, like you would be sticky, like wet or dirty or something. And it's not, only, and my body is like shaking inside of this womb. And I go to stand up and there's no gravity. Like, I'm just floating. And so it's really hard to grab onto things when there's no gravity and you're just floating in the middle of this room. So you like have to like air crawl, and I can't explain it to you, but I like air crawled over to the sides of this room, and I'm digging my fingers into the sides of this like weird material that's not making my hands feel weird, like no ickiness. It just feels weird. And inside of this room, it's like liquid energy, only you're not like drowning. You're not like inhaling water or anything. I don't know how to describe it. And there's like instant night vision. Like, you can see everything, including into the next room and including into the outside. So like outside space, like space where we went, there was no gravity. Like, it's not in the jurisdiction of the United States. So there's no one to help you from here. And I like air crawl, and I dig my fingers into the sides, into the bottom, and I'm air crawling my way out. And at the beginning, at the front of it, there's like a fleshy like curtain. Like, if you can picture going over to a window and parting curtains down the middle and opening them, well, that's exactly what I did. And it's made out of the same material that the rest of the room is made out of. And I wish to God I wouldn't have done that. I wish to God I would have just stayed still and been a good girl and like just stayed asleep. Like, I wish I hadn't woke up. I don't think I was supposed to be awake for this part because nobody else on this ship was. And the second I part this curtain, this fleshy curtain to look out, as far as I can see up and as far as I can see down are hundreds of more pizza oven womb rooms, just like the ones I am in. And there were people inside of them just like me. Well, not just like me, but human like me. And so the only way I can describe this tunnel to you is like, if you can picture holding a paper towel in your hand, but now make that as tall as the earth or as tall as a ship, that's what this tunnel looked like. Have you seen those people that skydive in those air tunnels at those places, like those tubes? Like that, but brown, like brown material, like not from here. And so I'm like hanging on to the sides inside this tube, but I'm not falling because there's gravity. You just have to like hold on to the sides to figure out where you're going. And so I like crawl into the room next to me, and there's a girl laying on the floor, just like me. Well, not just like me, but human like me. And she's asleep. And at this point, I'm thinking to myself, like, I shouldn't be awake for this because she's still asleep. What am I doing in her womb room? So I'm in her womb room, and I like crawling over to her, and she's like hovering like just above the floor, which is weird because when you stand up, you float, but when you lay, you hover. And I walk over to her and I try to wake her up, and she's not waking up. And she is the most beautiful person I have ever seen in my whole life. She has fire red hair and beautiful porcelain skin that was like glass, and these blue, like aquamarine blue eyes. And I know the color of her eyes because I was touching her face and I was trying to open her eyes because I wanted to make sure she was alive, because if I'm the next to go, like, what? But she wasn't waking up and she was still breathing. And I guess at this point I could hear, and before I crawled into her room, I could hear like people on the other side, like screaming. And I was thinking, like, that's what terrified me more, because I didn't know what they were screaming at. Like, why are they screaming like that? It sounds like something like they were being murdered, but I don't think anyone was being murdered. So then I like woke up back in my bed just like that, like nothing ever happened. And I woke up the next day and had bruises all on my body. I don't know what they were from, but I can tell you, when I was up there on that ship, when I first got on board, they took all of my memories out of my mind like bubbles floating around this room. So I'm in the middle of this tunnel. My memories are floating in bubbles, and I'm watching them pick a bubble with my Bigfoot encounters. And they grab that bubble with the memories and they're going through them. And they're studying everything about my encounter in them, everything. And I now know they were helping that baby Bigfoot heal. And I can only describe it to you as everything that my eyes looked at, like they could see. It's like they were transmitting whatever needed to be transmitted to this baby in my energy field. And that baby and mama that would come sit outside my window when I was younger, I now realize I was being taken by extraterrestrials all that time too. And the energy pockets that they would store back on my body is what the Bigfoot and the baby would be sitting next to my house for absorbing. Do you remember when I told you they would be outside my room, like vibrating and purring? And I thought it was I'm sorry. Well, it was also like a trip to the grocery store picking up energy. And that energy, I now realize, is the same energy that helped that baby Bigfoot heal. So they were all connected. And so then they just like put me back into my bed like nothing ever happened. And I woke up with like bruises all on my body. And I couldn't go to school because I was like, they're going to think my mom did this to me. And they're going to take me away from my family. And how do you tell people that you don't know what happened to you? You just know that you weren't here when it happened. And so I couldn't go to school. And so in small towns, when you don't go to school, the principal calls and tells your mom that you don't go. And so when I got home from school that day, my mom said, "You've been skipping school." And I said, "No, I haven't. I swear I went to school." "No, you didn't go." And so I got a really bad spanking. And I ran from her. I was so scared of her, my mom. And she caught me. She said, "If you don't stop running from me when I catch you, it's going to be worse." And I was like, "Well, you got to catch me first." And I knew she had been in a car accident, so she couldn't run fast. And I was like, "I got this. I just got to keep moving until my dad gets home, and I'll be okay." Well, it didn't work out for me like that. So I like ran from her, and she like, "Do you know those belts, those like leather belts with your parents' name on it?" She like launched that belt at me, but with the wrong end. So that belt buckle, you know, that scoop mark, that latch that hooks your belt in your jeans to keep your pants up, caught me on my back. And it yanked a big, like, just a big chunk out of my back, like underneath my bra strap. So I had this like big wound on my back next to all these bruises. So there was no way I could go tell anyone now what happened to me, because they would for sure think that my mom did all of this. Like, they're not going to think, "Oh, well, she did the belt part, but she didn't do these bruises." So yeah, no, that isn't the way the police works. But I had it, like, I didn't know what to do. So I put bells on all the windows. I put tacks on the floor at night when I slept. I made rugs flip upside down so that their spikes could stop anyone if they came in my room. I thought that I could do anything that night lights, anything in your room that will make noises, put lights to keep anyone out is what I did. And so, you don't think that these things don't use windows or doors and don't call to make appointments on the phone. So but you do things like that to comfort yourself. And so then I drove to the police station that next day. And this is after my mom had just beat me. I wasn't thinking. I was like, this isn't okay. People can't just show up in your house and take you from your bedroom and take you to a freaking planet that isn't here or wherever we went. Like, that's not right. Like, are there other people? Because when I looked down going up on the ship, the whole town was turned off. There was no electricity in any home. And so I drive to the police station because I thought there was other people on the ship. So surely somebody else came here to report what happened to them. So I get there and I sat inside and I'm like thinking, like, God, like, okay, you're fixing to tell this person you were abducted, taken from your room, and they're going to want to send you to the hospital and they're going to want to look at your body. And then how are you going to explain your mom? And so I'm thinking about all these things as I'm sitting at his desk. And he's not even at his desk. He's like doing something else. And it's like one sheriff or police officer, I don't know what you want to call him in small towns, like sheriff on duty. And he's like messing with something and he's taking forever, like long enough for me to sit there and think, oh my God, like this is terrible. So I'm sitting at his desk, and as I'm sitting there, like, there's a murder scene on his desk. Like, there's a picture of a murdered woman that had been beat by I don't know what, and this whole scene of pictures all on his desk. And I'm just sitting there looking at them. And I'm thinking, oh my God, like, I know that person. Like, what happened to them? I've seen them in my town before. And I'm thinking, like, how in the world am I going to report monsters when he's dealing with, like, murdered people? So I packed my monsters in my backpack and left the police department that day and walked out and never said another word about it, Miguel. And here I am on Sasquatch Theory.
Yeah, that's a terrifying experience, and you definitely endured a lot. And my heart definitely goes out to you because I've had similar experiences, and it really disturbs me because there's just not an answer. You try seeking out other sources, and even people that have had Bigfoot encounters and strange experiences, not a lot of them can relate to your specific experience that you had throughout your life. And yeah, hearing about the family group of these Sasquatch creatures interacting with you, well, it definitely touched my heart, and I was tearing up, and a few times I cried right there with you, and it just really touched my heart. And the hyena / lion creature that you've seen, I've seen the same thing. People call them hellhounds, I do believe, and you described it to a T. The one I saw was like a grayish, like a gray blue color, kind of like a blue pit, but the features that you described, the features you described were the exact same.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. So before I start asking questions and talking about your encounters with you, do you have more to share? Is there more that happened?
Oh, yeah, I have two more, actually.
Okay.
I'll try to get through them real fast because I know how you are on time.
No, take your time, and we're going into overtime on this podcast because this is a genuine encounter or experience that you had, and I want to give you as much time that you need, okay?
Thank you. That's really sweet.
Yeah, it's no problem. I'm here for you, and that's what I do, and I'm just thankful that I'm able to help you in any way possible, and you're not alone. I've had these same experiences, and it can really change you, and I just want to understand as much as I possibly can and help you out as much as I can, okay? So I'm right here with you, and I love everything about you, and you're doing amazing, okay?
Thank you. Okay. My next encounter is my owl encounter. So after that happened, my parents moved to another home, a few neighborhoods over from the one that I lived at. And like I said, in small towns, you get to drive your car to football games sometimes. It's one of the perks of not having a lot of money in small towns. But you get to drive your car to the football games, and I changed into my clothes and left the football game, and it was about 10:34 at night. And I know that because I looked at the time on my radio. And if I forget to tell you, 10:34 is also the time that I was returned during my childhood encounter when the sheriff found me on the road. So the significance of the time 10:34 is amazing as well. So I came into an owl sitting in the middle of the road in front of a power plant, and he wasn't moving, and I didn't want him to get ran over. So I stopped my car and I got out, and he was just sitting in the middle of the road, not moving, but I could see his feathers blowing in the wind. And I took my Letterman jacket off and I put it around him, and I put him back in the passenger seat of my car. And I got into the car and started to drive home. And I have no idea how I even floated in my driveway, because before I knew it, it was after 2:00. And I look over and there's this owl sitting in my car with me. And this time he had blue flashlight eyes, just like that white hyena, if I think about it. He had blue flashlight eyes. And it's after 2:00, and I have almost 4 hours of missing time, and I have no idea what happened to me. And I'm just thinking, like, oh my God, like my mom's going to kill me. Like, this is a brand new car. And I remember how she treated me after my Bigfoot encounter when I was little, and she was so upset with me how was so dirty when I got home. And I didn't want to get my car taken away, and I didn't want her to think I was like being ungrateful and just putting like animals in it. So I like got out and I went over to the passenger door to let him out, and in one swift swoop he flew out with his wings all the way out, and he had one white feather, a brown owl with one white feather. And he flew over and he flew up onto the hood of my car and just stand there staring at me. And then I don't know how he knew to go to where my room was, because there was other trees in our yard. He didn't have to go to that one, but he flew right next to the tree, right into the tree next to my room. And I remember when I picked him up and put him in my passenger seat of my car, like his feet felt so funny sitting on my hands. And so that's why I say it was a brown owl with funny feet. So now that I think about it, everything I've encountered has funny feet, from Bigfoot to the owl. So he lived there in a tree as long as I did. And 6 months later, my mom passed away after that. And then my dad met a woman, and she didn't want, like, he met a new family, and I reminded him of something old. So I moved to Houston, and I met my husband, who's like my best friend. And man, we've been married for 29 years, and he's everything to me. Like, I was so grateful to find my person right away. So when God takes some things away from you, he gives you with so much better. It's amazing. So we moved to Houston. And we were approached one Sunday by some of our friends that was going through a hard time. His having some problems with his marriage, and it wasn't working out. And he said, "I'm suicidal and I can't stay in my home anymore. Would you guys like to move in it?" And his family owned the home, and like he couldn't live in it because his wife had moved out, and it was something they had done together. And so he needed to get out of there. He wasn't in a good way anymore. And so we said sure, and we moved in and we took over the house notes. And it was a beautiful house. Oh my God, it's 2-story. And let me tell you, some houses are liars. Don't always believe the house that you're seeing on the front of the street is what it is, because you would have never thought that this home had the things inside of it that it had. And out of all my encounters, this one is the one that's done the most damage. Okay. So we moved into this home. We lived in it for about 6 years. 4 years, it went great. There was nothing wrong. After about the 4-year mark, I started seeing like dead people like come out of the closet upstairs. And I was like, man, like, what's going on? Am I crazy? Like, I don't see ghosts. Like, what's going on? And just one after another, they just started coming out of the closet. And then finally, this one kept coming out of the closet. And he specifically was trying to talk to me. And when I started telling my husband about it, I was like, listen, there's this guy coming out of the closet. And I told him how he committed suicide. And I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with him. And he looked at me and he was like, oh my God. He was like, that was our best friend. So remember, I told you it was my husband's friend's house that they couldn't live in anymore. Well, so they were all a big group of friends. And this one boy in their group had unalived himself. And he was the one that was coming out of the closet. Okay, so listen, this is where this gets weird. And maybe if I can explain it to you the right way, it might make sense now that I can figure it out. Okay, so I'm wakened up in the middle of the night by nothing. And I go into the closet for no reason at all. And I take a a rosary out of the closet in a jewelry box at the very bottom that I had no idea was even there. It was something my husband's grandmother had given him when she died. So I didn't even know this jewelry box existed. So why I would go scratching around in the closet in the middle of the night for no reason, I have no idea. I grab this rosary out of this jewelry box and I walk upstairs. And this is how I know that whatever was in this home was there for me and no one else, because my son was up there playing the PlayStation and he was fine. And I got to his door, and the second my hand touched the doorknob and went to turn it, it's like impending doom, like instant fear, terror, regret, everything. And whatever is about to happen is like going to happen. Like there's something bad on the other side of this door. And I open the door, and in the corner of this room, in the very back of this room, blacker than the blackest black you have ever seen, and thicker than the blackest tar you have ever seen. I'm talking solid, thick, 8 feet tall. Standing in the corner of this room is a black mask, and it just rushed me so fast. I had no time to react, that it snatched my soul like right out of my body. My body was on fire, like instant fire, like the worst pulled hamstring, like someone had set me on fire inside my body. And I saw my body fall to the ground. And when he was peeling my soul out of my body, like it hurt so bad, like the worst pulled, like if you can imagine pulling a face mask off your face and the face mask like peeling all your skin off with the baby hair, that's what it felt like. Terrifying. And he started like ripping me out of my body. And then when he got to the hand that the crucifix, that the rosary was wrapped around, for some reason he put me back in my body, and my body just fell to the floor on fire. And I couldn't walk. And my body was like concrete jello, just like it was after my Bigfoot encounter. And my son saw this all happen. It happened like right in front of him. And he was terrified. And he was too little to help me stand up. So all he could do was like crawl beside me on the floor and crawl down the stairs with me. And I don't really know where he went after this next part, because the minute I got down the stairs, I went to walk outside, and out from behind a tree stepped that white hyena again. Right after this happened, out from a tree in the backyard stepped a hyena, the white hyena as big as a lion. This time he was centimeters from my face, like right there. And he looked me in my eyes, and he projected 2 words into my head, and he said, "Spirit beast," really loud. And I just kept walking towards him, because I knew he didn't eat me when I was little, and whatever was inside just tried to kill me, and he must have been there for a reason. So I kept walking towards him, and he stayed there with me for about 5 minutes before he shimmered out a blue mist. The really terrifying thing about this home is that it would literally like stalk us, this thing that just attacked me. It would stand outside our bedroom door, and it would shake the handle, because I would have to lock the door. I would have to lock my children and myself in this bedroom for us to sleep at nighttime, because it's the only place we felt safe. And I would be holding a bat. My son would be holding a hockey stick, and my daughter would be holding like something else. I don't really know what it was. And all three of us would be laying in this bed because my husband worked out of town during the week. And we'd be locked in the bedroom, and it would stand out there and just shake the doorknob. And then you can hear it in the upstairs bedroom above us. When we were laying in the bed, it would literally just take my daughter's toys and just throw them around the room. Balls, Barbies, it didn't matter. Just throw them. Because it would get so mad, because the attacks got so bad that I had drove to the church and I had told the priest at the church what was going on. And he would just load me up with like oil and holy water and salt and candles, and he would tell me what to do and where to put it. And he would beg me to like stay there, like, don't go home. Please don't go back home. And so I wouldn't. During the day when I took my kids to school, I would go drive straight to the church. I would take my books, anything I wanted to read, with me to the church, and I would read them while I sat there. And I just absorbed anything I could. I was desperate to hear from God, but he wasn't picking up the phone. And I realized that he was he wanted me to pursue him. I needed, Jesus loved wild men and wild women, but he also loves you to be wild for him. And so that's what I did. I just read Bible after Bible and anything I could get my hands on. And I would go and lock myself into this church every day, all day, until it was time to get my kids from school at 3:15. And I would go back home and we would eat. And then we would lock ourselves in the bedroom. And the next day would start all over. And this happened for 6 months until I couldn't take it anymore. The attacks got so bad. I would literally be launched from the upstairs, loft area to the downstairs, thrown down the stairs. And there's no reason why I should be alive to this day. But for some reason, when that thing launched me down the stairs, when I got to the very bottom, I just floated to the ground softly. I would be dusting things in my house that I would have to stand on tables for, and it would come and push me off tables. And this one time my temple almost hit the corner of the fireplace. I would be dead for sure. But the same thing happened again. When it pushed me off that table and I got to the ground, I just floated to the ground. It would call me. It would hide my phone and my car keys so I couldn't call for help. And it would hide my car keys so I couldn't leave and take my kids to school. I would literally have to call any neighbor I could just to help me get my kids to school because I had no car keys ever. They were always gone and missing. It did not want me to leave that home. And then finally it just got so bad, and this is what I want to tell you is it would call me from the number 666. And when I lived in this home, I also heard drumming. Well, when I saw on Flash of Beauty that Henry Franzoni said, if you drum to Sasquatch to the beat of 666, you can find him there. Well, now I'm thinking maybe that wasn't the devil calling me. Maybe that was my Bigfoot trying to get a hold of me. And that, I know that sounds weird. I was just trying to put together the 666 and the beat and stuff like that, and how he says you can communicate with them. And I just think that during this time, maybe she might have been trying to send me a message of how she could help me or something, but it's probably nothing. It's just something I'm trying to piece in, probably to make sense of it. And so we moved out and we left almost everything we owned behind. And upstairs, we had to take downstairs. And when I was in that home, I had to train myself to see the things that was there. And so there was always this white ghost, this girl with long dark hair and a long white dress. This woman, I don't know, girl, woman, what she was, but it was terrifying, and bad things only happened when she was there. And so we moved, and I had to undergo a deliverance after that attack in that home when he peeled me out of my body, because they actually said that that was a state of, so how demons work, it's suppress, oppress, possess. So 6 months leading up to when I was attacked, I like slept all day. Like I didn't ever want to wake up. I was just sad. And my mom-in-law would come over and she would be like, "Don't you love us anymore? Why don't you want to wake up?" And I would be like, "I'm just really tired." And so when I had went to the church and I told them everything that was going on, and I looked like a battered, abused victim of a demon. Like I couldn't leave my home without wearing sweatshirts and pants and anything that covered every bit of me up. So then I was like processing trauma from having bruises on my body from things I couldn't see. And the church was really worried. They were like, "Listen, there's stages of possession that you need to be worried about. Like the suppression is the sleeping, oppress, and then possess is when they like try to take your body in which you've already been attacked." And he was like, "What else are you waiting on? Like, are you waiting to die? You have to leave this home, and I have to help you sever the cords because he's attacked you and he's burned you and he'll stay with you forever, and we have to get rid of him." So I don't think a lot of people understand what's involved in a deliverance, but it's not easy and it's really rough. And I had to move to 2 different homes after that just to stay away from this thing. He's not been back since, thank the good Lord. So the second time that we moved, and this is my last encounter, the second time we moved to a new home, and I was awakened in the middle of the night by a red laser slicing through the house, the middle of the house. And I thought, oh God, like this is bad. Like, why is there a laser scanning my room? And then all of a sudden, like the brightest light, like the room just like turned white, bright. And I freaked out. I was sorry to freak me out. I was like, oh my God, it's the military, the police, the cops are here. Like, if I just calm down to think about it, like, I'm not a criminal. I didn't do anything wrong. Even if there was spotlights outside, so what? Like, they're probably looking for somebody else out there doing something bad, not me. And I thought, oh my God, I knew exactly what was happening because that red laser came scanning back in again. I go, I'm fixing to get abducted. Like, I'm fixing to get taken. And so I just knew to like avoid the laser. I just tried to I tried to go wherever it wasn't. So I laid back really small on my bed, like real flat, and it just scanned over the top of me. And then it started to scan out of my room and go down the hallway to my kids' rooms. And that's when I panicked because I didn't want them to be taken. And so I just took off running as fast as I could. If I stopped to think about it, like my husband would have heard me running through my home yelling for my kids. He would have woke up. And so I get to their room, his room. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you redact that name? I didn't mean to say her name out loud.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So I get past her room. I get to my son's room and they're asleep. They're fine. And then it dawns on me like, oh my God, like I fell for it. Like I fell for it. I got up, I got out of my bed and I ran away from the only thing that's comfort to me is my husband. And then I just take off running full blast back into my bedroom. And it's right when I crossed that door threshold into my bedroom, as fast as I was running, it was like running into a brick wall. And I ran into a 5-foot tall gray alien standing in the middle of my room. And I screamed really loud. And the next thing I know, I woke up sitting on the ground with my clothes on backwards.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Do you feel like the paranormal activity is continuing, or do you think this is different? Like it followed you to your new home?
So I think that the paranormal activity stayed. I had already had my deliverance and severed the cord, so it couldn't follow me or have any rights to me anymore. So it stayed at that house, still there to this day. I won't go back to that house. And the people that moved out of it, when we moved in, moved back into it. So the person that was having all the problems that moved out of it moved back into the house with that thing. And it never went back there again, ever. I will not even drive by that street. I can't. So I don't know what your question was anymore, because I think I was still in shock.
Oh, you're fine. I was just wondering if possibly the activity followed you to your new home. And it just makes me wonder with alien encounters, cryptid encounters, if it's spiritual warfare. And that's kind of been my theory lately. There's got to be an answer to this, because I've had paranormal activity, cryptid encounters, UFO encounters, and I feel like it's spiritual warfare. I don't know. I've been told that I'm autistic, and I don't know. I've struggled with anxiety, depression for years, and no matter where you go, it's nothing helps. Whether they say take these vitamins, this will fix it, or go work out, go to this doctor, he'll give you something to help. Nothing has helped with anything that I've been going through, and I feel like there's been a lot of trauma caused from these experiences that I've had in the past, and I just can't figure it out, because I've seen the shadow person. I've had a gray alien standing next to my bed. I've seen the hellhound. I've heard a dog man out in the woods. I've had multiple Bigfoot encounters and experiences. I've had UFOs fly over my house, and a lot of paranormal activity. And I'm just sitting here wondering, what the heck is going on? That's why I started the channel, was to share my Bigfoot encounters.
Yeah.
And then I started interviewing people who have had these paranormal experiences, and it seems like a lot of people that have seen a Bigfoot have seen a shadow person, or have had paranormal activity and UFO activity. So I just wonder if there's spiritual warfare happening in our lives. What do you think? What's your take on it?
I 100% feel that. And another thing I can share with you is that I have not been abducted since I have a cross that I wear around my neck that is blessed by the Father at the church. I have not been abducted since I had this cross and this silver strap to my skin around my neck. And it might be my belief in it. I don't know. I don't think so, because I believed in God my whole life, and I still got abducted and all that stuff. But I never wore a cross. There is something about the silver in this cross that keeps things away.
Yeah, I got my cross on, and it's been blessed as well. I did I think it's called the rite of acceptance at the church recently, and I'm just trying to get it as much involved as possible. And I'm in the same boat that you were in. I'm reading my Bible as much as I can. I'm praying all throughout the day and trying to figure out where things went wrong. And I don't know, I'm in a tough spot myself. Do you feel like this deliverance worked, and what did they do, and do you feel better? Can you kind of describe that? How do you go through this process?
Yes, so Deliverance does work, and it's really easy. Well, I say easy. It's not easy. It's mainly just you have to just stay pure in your spirit and stay true to God, and don't give anything anything to you. I don't so much as even drink alcohol. I just really have tried to be the best human that I can, and really just live and take care and help anyone that I can. And honestly, since I've gotten rid of my fear, not my fear of people, but just my fear in general, it hasn't came back around.
Yeah, that's good. That's what I've done. I just had to give my life to Jesus. I can't drink, I can't do anything. Like, I don't sin. I mean, I got out of a really nasty relationship that was extremely abusive, and this time around, I said I'm not doing anything that's going to be sinful. Like, someone either accepts me for who I am, and I'm going to follow God on this one. I'm not going to fall into the ways of the world and just do like what people want you to do. I don't know how else to describe that without getting too personal.
I totally understand that. I totally do.
Yeah. And the hardest part for me was years ago. I was going through a lot, wondering, how do I get help? I went to the Catholic Church and I told them what was happening. And the only thing they told me was, I think you need to go to the doctor and get medicine. And that really hurt because, like, these paranormal experiences were real, and they just dismissed me as like a mental health problem. But it's like, you would have mental health problems too if you were experiencing shadow people and gray aliens showing up at your house. It's not like you experienced that and it's weird, and there's not going to be the physical mental trauma that would happen that science talks about. I mean, it goes hand in hand with religion.
I totally can feel all of that. I'm hoping I don't think I can make a real big difference, but I'm trying. Like, I had a university that reached out to me, that's local, and that wants to understand abductees. And I'm not really sure if it's a trick. I hope it's not. I like to believe the best in people, I'm like thinking, what if they're just trying to get me in there to figure out all my secrets? But my hope is that it's not a study that will be published. Of course not. It is a private study for abductees and their families to help mental health professionals understand what we go through, and just certain triggers for us, and how to help people that have had these kind of experiences that medical professionals turn away, or call us crazy, or tell us that you're not crazy, you're just autistic. And okay, well, what do you do with that? Like, so I totally understand how you feel.
Yeah, absolutely. When I told my gray alien encounter to people, they said that it was sleep paralysis. And there was a point where I couldn't move. And basically what happened was, I got back from a party. It was in high school, and it was in the next town over. And whenever I got home, it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. And I laid there in my bed. I think I fell asleep for a little bit, but then I woke up out of a dead sleep, and I was fully awake, fully aware of what was going on around me, and I couldn't move. And I tried to get up, and I just couldn't. And the only thing I could do was breathe through my lungs and look around with my eyes, but everything was frozen solid. And I was fully aware of everything. I mean, I was awake, and I could think. And when I looked over, there was this little gray alien standing next to my bed, and he was just looking down at me. He didn't really have an expression on his face. It was kind of like when humans are looking at like an ant colony or ants moving around on the ground, like you're just standing above them, like looking and observing, I guess studying the ants. And that's kind of like what he was doing with me. He just had this blank stare. And I remember there was a fan to the right of my bed, and every time the fan would oscillate, like go around, it was in slow motion, like shoo, super slow motion. And at this point, I'm freaking out. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to break free as hard as I could. And I don't remember if I called out to God, but all of a sudden I was able to stand up. And whenever I looked over, the thing was gone, and it really terrified me. And I went to my parents' bedroom, and I told them that there was something strange going on. They just told me to go to bed. And I never forgot about that experience. And I just wonder if I was abducted, or if something happened, if they did some type of experiment on me, like why that thing was in my house. And years later, I started experiencing like UFOs floating over the house. Some could be Starlink, but there were some that were totally not Starlink. Like some were ginormous, the size of triangles, slowly floating over the house. And some were like Starlink, like the lights that are all moving in a line, but they were like big orange basketballs, and there was like hundreds of them. And I don't know. I feel like some of the encounters I had weren't Starlink, but I don't know. I mean, when you try to think of all this, it just like confuses you way more than, I don't know, anything else on the planet.
Yeah, totally. And then you try to combine them all together based off like little things, and you try to just make it make sense. And the truth is, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
And I don't know why our government would allow things to come here that can take us. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not right. Because if it was a human that came in your home and took you, they would be in jail.
Yeah.
It's called kidnapping. I don't understand why things that aren't like us get passes.
Yeah, it's like it's out of their control, and it would almost be like if the United States invaded like a native colony. Like, that's how powerful the UFOs are. Like, we wouldn't stand a chance against them. We would be like tribal people on an island if the United States showed up with their military. And I think they're too afraid to tell us that there's nothing we can do. Like, whatever these things are they're more powerful than us.
That's exactly right. And do you know this? Do you know that I heard a scientist say, I don't know if he's a scientist, but his name is Timothy Alberino. I watch him, and the other day he did an interview, and he said that DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, he said anything underground is not the jurisdiction of the United States of America. I was shocked. I was like, what? You mean the stuff below our feet is not the jurisdiction to the United States of America? Couldn't believe that.
Yeah, that's terrifying to think about. Okay, so let's kind of recap all your encounters. You mentioned that you were able to speak to the buffalo and they came up to your feet and laid down, and it even brought like the little one with them, and it seemed, yeah, that is interesting, and it feels like you have a connection with wildlife and the universe.
And their babies. I don't know why all these mamas bring their babies around me. It's amazing.
Yeah. So when you had the Sasquatch encounter, you noticed that the treehouse was fixed and you found like this nest, like this Sasquatch structure, and you got inside of it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you feel like, I mean, I guess you obviously do. Did you feel like you were in danger? You saw like this shape and it felt like the weather was changing, but it wasn't the weather. It was this creature getting close to you.
Right. So at first when I was in there, I felt like I was in danger because I didn't know what was happening. But, I've been to regression. So the stuff that I couldn't remember, I kind of have some blanks filled in on. I just, when I was telling it, I go into shock. So I don't always remember the conversation that I had with the female Bigfoot at the time. But when she first got to the opening of the tree I was in, like there was a conversation that she had with me. And it's not a conversation with like words. It's just like an automatic understanding of what's being said. So I knew after I saw her that I wasn't in danger anymore. Only leading up to her coming to the tree did I think I was in danger.
Yeah. And you heard this boom and you lost your sense of hearing. What do you think caused that?
So the boom, I didn't like hear with my ears. So it was like something that I felt with like my mind and like energy. Like the only way I can describe it, I think it was infrasound. Like when they projected at you like that boom, I think that she just had to hit me really good one time to stun me and to make my body go numb and to make me lose my hearing. Because I think that if you add in everything around you, like your hearing and stuff, like you freak out, like it's too much, it's overstimulating. And then I think I was starting to die, like in there. Like I think I had just like given up, like just gave up, like, so there was like so much going on, but I think because there was like a low hum when she got to the nest and she was on the outside, there was a low hum. And it's like just a low hum. And then that's when the hearing just boom went. And the only way I can say it is just like a projected, like in the air, invisible boom, not like a boom out loud crash boom.
Okay. Yeah, I think that would be a good explanation or theory that it was infrasound. And then you notice this little girl or this little creature crying for help inside the nest. Is that correct?
That was me.
Oh, that was you. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And like, what did this little Bigfoot creature look like? I know you sent a photo over, but if you could kind of try to describe the features and like how tall it was,
Yeah.
the like the size of its head, anything you can think of.
So, sure. Okay. He was amazing. First of all, he was adorable. And so I was 8 and if he was in human years, like he was injured. So, you know, from the waist down is how he moved, like from the waist up. So, he drug his legs behind him, like they were dead legs, like they wouldn't move. So when he crawled on his arms and hands, you know, like the yoga position, downward facing dog, like that. Well, that's how he moved because his legs wouldn't work. And now that okay. And so he looked exactly like his mom, just a smaller version. He had like really chubby little cheeks and kind of looked like an Ewok. I know that's weird, but like a really chubby little Ewok, human Ewok. And I could tell you that when I was rubbing my toes on the bottom of his feet, the padding on his feet is a thicker, like it's like a jelly thick padding, like thicker than a sole. I don't really know how to describe it, but it's a different kind of foot than us. And then so because my feet was connected to his, like that's what I remember the most about him. It's just his injuries. It's so sad.
Yeah. So they let you know that they were hit by a vehicle. Is that correct?
So not during my encounter. I didn't know this. I just knew that they had been injured. And it wasn't until after my encounter before she had dropped me over the fence to go home and she set me up on that, and she stood me up on that log and she projected that image into my mind of the people that hit her with their car. So the really hardest part about that is my mom worked at that nursing home, and the people that hit them with their car would come visit their moms at that nursing home. So it was difficult seeing these people that had hurt them, and they never tried to retaliate against these people that had hit them with their car. So if that shows you, like, they're not all evil. They don't all want revenge for when people hurt them. They never tried to hurt this older couple that came to visit their mom at that nursing home, ever.
Yeah. When you first described the female mother Sasquatch with the hole in her cheek and the broken teeth, I almost thought like she was shot, like someone took a shot at her, but that makes sense that she was hit by a vehicle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so glad it wasn't the other one.
Yeah. And that is really sad.
And you know, I had thought maybe it was a fight from like another Bigfoot at first. I didn't know. I just knew that they were injured.
Yeah. It's incredible how they can still survive with their injuries and still get around and hide from people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there were 4 of these creatures, correct? There was the little one, the mother, another female, and a male.
Yeah.
Okay. And you played dead whenever this mother Sasquatch approached you, right?
Yeah, I played dead in the nest.
Wow. And it was pacing around, so it was nervous. You mentioned that it yawned like a dog that was nervous.
Yeah. I think she was trying to figure out what to do. Like, what am I going to do? Like, it was obviously her nest, and now this little girl got herself stuck in it. So I think she was just torn on what to do. Because I've heard other people describe nests like that, and I've heard them describe it as a playpen. I was like, yeah, that's about right. That's exactly what this was. And then I was like, oh God, was it a playpen for me? Or was it a playpen for her baby? And I just happened to get like stuck in it. So I go back and forth a lot when I think about that. Like, did she build it for me too? Because like, if he was injured, how would he be able to be up in a tree? Or would she put him in there to keep him away from other things when she was back there? I don't know. I'm still trying to work through all that, because this is like part one of my journey, is just not being ashamed of what's happened to me. And so I'm still like trying to process everything and put things together.
Yeah, that's understandable. And the mother the mother Sasquatch, you mentioned that she had big round Dr. Pepper eyes, like the circumference of like a Dr. Pepper can. Is that right?
And the same size. No, like the exact same size as Dr. Pepper cans. Because after my encounter, my mom would like mock me when I would tell her about her Dr. Pepper eyes. And she would go, and she came to me and she was like, had a Coke can, and she was held up a Coke can. She was like this, Amy. And I went in the refrigerator and I got a Dr. Pepper can. I go like this, no, Mom, like this. And I held up the Dr. Pepper can like this one.
Yeah, the little juvenile that I encountered, his eyes were, I always describe it as big as round as a Coke can. Like they were that big, and they were like this glossy white color, almost like a light bulb, and you could see like the little pupil in the middle. Was that similar?
No, I could not see any pupil. But I could not see any pupil in his eye, and I could not see any pupil in her eye. Like when their eyes were certain colors, there was no other color present in their eye. They were all one color at one time. Not like, how like we have whites and our eyes was a color. Like, no, their eyes was all one color.
Yeah, that's incredible. And did any of them have a conical shaped head?
No, they were all round like ours, every one of them.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're very similar.
Yeah.
Okay. And you sat there like the little juvenile, like you put your legs out and you had your hands in between your legs. Is that correct?
Yeah, just like him, like we mirrored each other. Like I did exactly what he did.
And how did the
But
little...
I had to be thoughtful.
Oh, go ahead.
I had to be thoughtful, because he like couldn't run and move like me. So I had to do things that he did, that he could do.
How did the little one react whenever you sat like him, and like, did he look at you and try to like inspect what you were doing?
Yeah. So he did. He didn't really like communicate with me. He was like very much like an autistic kid would do, like stay in their own thing and play with their own stuff. And it was me that mainly did the observing, and the mom that watched both of us. And it's like he would know when he would be allowed to like interact with me and when he wouldn't be. That's why I think it was kind of like an initiation, like for both of us, if that makes any sense. And also, I don't know what to do with you. Like I found you in a nest type of thing. But then when I think about it that way, like, how did she know to drop me off at a daycare? Like, and then I don't think that she could return me because it was daytime. So I think she had to do it after everybody had gotten home and gotten to bed. And I don't know. I know it's probably not like, I don't know. I know it's probably like not rational to think like that, but it's the only way I could get through it.
Yeah, I understand. And I would be wondering too, like, how did this creature know to drop me off by a daycare? Like, that's just not a coincidence.
Oh no, I can tell you that part because she had a conversation with me at the tree. So when she came to the tree, she told me that she had an injured baby and that she needed my help. And she had told me that she needed my help to call for help. And now knowing what I've been through now with extraterrestrials, when I was on board their ship that night and they were interested in my encounter, now I know all the other times I was taken, it's because I had energy to help them. So she actually had a conversation at the tree. She actually had a conversation at the tree with me when she first came. And I did what any kid would do. I asked her where she was from, and she said some area. And I thought that was funny because I said some area like the Bible, because you remember I told you that my grandparents went to church like twice a day and I went with them. So I was really familiar with the Bible. And I said, some area like the Bible? She was like, no, just some area. So that was really funny. So she did things to like calm me down and let me know it would be okay. And she had told me also that she met me at a birthday party. And instantly I knew what birthday party she was talking about because she told me that she met me at a birthday party by the calling of the drums. So I knew how she met me. And she told me that she had watched me for weeks before she decided to meet me. And she told me that she saw how my mom had been injured and that I had helped my mom. Like I helped my mom do things and I was a really good little helper. And then I was like really good with the people at the daycare. I mean, with the people at the nursing home. So she like watched us and she watched us take care of people. So I think that she thought like I could help her baby. And also, she told me that she was not from here. She told me that she lived in Inner Earth, but that her family came here a very, very, very long time ago. Not her. She's lived here her whole life. But she told me that her family came here a very long time ago from a star called Maldak, and that their home was destroyed by greed. So if I think about everything that she told me, that she's an extraterrestrial, she's not from here, all of my encounters are with extraterrestrials. So it makes sense to me that she would tell me that. I know that's crazy, Miguel.
No, nothing's crazy here. And I've often theorized that these things come from underground. Did it tell you how it moves from in and out of the earth? Do you know?
Yes. So she says she goes back and forth. It's a technique called biolocating, where you think about where you want to be and you're there. And she also travels by dry creek beds.
Wow.
And where they go, I don't know. And where they go, I have no idea where they go. It is not from here. It is not the colors where she took me when I was sitting with them. Like the colors are so brilliant. And she made these shapes in the ground. And I know the shapes to this day, but I don't want to say them out loud. And she stacked these rocks up, not rocks, stones, up 4 pile high. And when she did that, it was like an antenna in the middle of these shapes. And like the ground would open up in different places. And that's when she would drop, like gone. And you would hear, "Hey, moon," like that. And so I thought, what is going on? Like, this is so crazy. Like, fading in, fading out, shimmering, grounds opening up, them dropping in the ground. Like, nothing, like, it was so crazy to see. And I know it doesn't make any sense. I don't even know if I'm doing a good job explaining it.
You're doing an excellent
because
job.
All of the symbols together on the ground look like a dirty kaleidoscope. So it was really hard to figure out what symbols went to which. But I know which symbols went to the 4 stones to make her disappear. Those are the important ones.
Is there a reason you don't want to share the shapes that were left?
Yes. And this is the part I wasn't going to tell you. Do you remember when I told you I lived in that home with that thing that attacked me that I had to get a deliverance from?
Yeah.
Well, remember when I told you God wasn't picking up the phone and like I was being hurt really bad? Well, I remembered those shapes that she did in the forest that day. And I remember how when she made them, they called for help. The help that came down was in a tunnel of light, the same tunnel of light that I got taken up into a ship. So this tunnel of light that came into the forest that day, I say forest because where she took me was forest. This was a forest, not the woods where this Hershey Kiss nest was. So in the forest, that baby like floated up into a cube. You know, like I've seen that cube on videos on YouTube, like that cube on the Meadow Project. It was a cube of like, that baby floated up in a cube of energy to get healed. And it didn't happen until after she made those symbols in the ground. And I have no idea how in the world I remembered those symbols. But I used those symbols in my home that day. And I called for help too. And something came to help me. And it's the only thing that got me through living in that home. Because it was like it was like a protective spirit that I called. And I only was able to do it because I watched her do it in the forest floor that day. And I was terrified to share that with you. Because when I was walking through Walmart the other day, a woman walked up to me and she said, "You have a witch wound." And I said, "A what?" She said, "You're scared to talk because you have a witch wound, the line on your neck." She said, "I just want to tell you, like, you've been hung in a former life. You were a shaman and you were hung by the church. And that's why you're afraid to talk about what you've been through, because you're afraid society will hung you for what you've had to use to help yourself." So that's why I wasn't going to tell you that.
Well, I appreciate you for sharing that with me. Sounds like there's a little bit of background noise for some reason. I don't know if the phone's like banging up against something.
I was pasting.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. And you don't have to share the shapes with me, but could you do that off air later, possibly?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll do it with you off air.
Okay. And I'll share here on air like things that I have found. Whenever I had that juvenile encounter, he started leaving little triangles out for me. And like the wild part is like this trail that I would walk every day, he took this green sapling, like this green branch, and twisted it, and it was still connected, but both ends were stuck into the ground, and it was like a triangle standing up. And I don't know what to make of it, but I know it wasn't there because I would walk that trail every single day, and I was very observant of everything that was around, and it was new. I mean, I tried to replicate it, and whenever I would break like a stick and try to stick both ends into the ground, I try to do it like he did and keep it connected. But every time I try to like replicate it, the stick would break, and it's like, how did he keep that stick connected with both ends in the ground? It was really hard to do, actually, to stick a branch like that in the ground, like a triangle, like both ends into the ground without breaking the middle. And it's like, how did it do that?
That's incredible. During my encounter when they would do that, like I don't really know how the baby did that because it was like the shape, whatever the shape was on top, he was able to make the same shape underneath as above, so below. You see?
Yeah, that's extremely interesting. So you held your hands out like a baby for this thing to pick you up.
Yeah.
What did it do? What was its facial expression whenever you did that? Was it like empathy? Um, like, did it feel remorse for you?
So she was shocked. Like she didn't know. Like I think that because she had already watched me, so she pretty much knew what I looked like. But I think to like be that close to me, like she was just as scared as I was. And like her face, like there wasn't an inch of her face that's not covered with hair. Like even though it wasn't long hair, the only way I can describe it to you, like, have you ever touched like a pipe cleaner? How it's like that soft, like almost feels like a soft fur.
Mm-hmm.
How that feels. Well, that's how long the fur was on her face, just enough to cover her skin, but just enough to see her skin also.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's how the juvenile was. Its hair was completely covered, or its face was completely covered with hair, and it reminded me of like Pac-Man. It didn't look like Pac-Man, but you know the creatures that are like chasing after Pac-Man in the game? It was like that because you could see like this furry creature with big wide eyes sticking out of the hair.
Wow. But you know, her baby didn't have the same eyes as her, like, because her eyes were the shape of like Dr. Pepper eyes, and his eyes were round, like little buttons.
Oh, wow. That almost reminds me of this drawing I seen years ago where this little juvenile Sasquatch is sitting on a log and he looks like really sad. He's just kind of like looking down.
Oh, that's exactly how he looked. And his name was Haymu. And do you know what's amazing about Haymu, the name Haymu? It's like, I don't know how to tell you how they communicate with me. They'll literally just like, if I'm working on something, if I've talked to her and like she always communicates with me like around water. I don't know why, but around water. Water is very important for her to be able to communicate with me for some reason. And like I can have like thought about things and like ask her a question and she will like open windows on my computer to answer whatever I need answered. It's really amazing. I don't know how to explain the communication, how they do it electronically, but what I want to tell you about the name Haymu is she had gifted me a book on my computer called Sasquatch Message to Humanity by the Elder Camus. And it's not a book that I bought either. Like she literally just gifted it to me in my mailbox. And literally I was looking and reading that book. I was like, Sasquatch Message to Humanity by the Elder Camus. And I was like, Moo. Hey, Moo. And I was like, oh my God, like they have the same last name. Like I think that she gifted me that book to show me that they're like family. That's like his family, his like father or grandfather. I'm really not sure which one. I haven't like figured that out yet. And just as soon as I thought, well, I'm not good at reading ebooks. Like I don't like being online. Like I'm old. I like things in person. The book showed up at my door. The actual book showed up at my door. So then there's that.
Yeah, that's wild that happened, and I believe you. Sometimes things happen in our lives that we just can't explain. You mentioned the mother was braiding a basket out of an old parachute, and I find that really interesting because the Native Americans used to say that these Sasquatch creatures will abduct you or abduct women and children and put them inside their basket. And in this case, it didn't hurt you. Like it didn't try to eat you, tear you apart, or take you away from your family. Like they helped you and they had I don't know, compassion for you.
Yeah. And they even gave me tree bark to eat that tasted weird and like minty or spearminty. I don't really know what it was. I really didn't like it. But I guess she was trying to comfort me. But I didn't care if I ate. I didn't care about nothing. Like, I didn't even want to eat it. But I didn't want to be rude and tell her I didn't want her food either.
Yeah, that's understandable. And this creature, what did it like end up doing with the basket exactly?
So the basket is what they carried their baby in that couldn't walk.
Okay.
I'm assuming that is like a Bigfoot baby backpack, like a car seat for a baby Bigfoot that can't walk. And I'm just assuming that that's why. I'm just like was wondering why she was making another basket, because there was only one baby that couldn't walk. And the basket, the parachute was like shredded, like she had shredded it. And it was just like braided, like not like rows of braid, like one long braid, like not like a bunch of little braids, like one long braid to make one row. It was the neatest thing. And it didn't hurt at all. Like when you're inside it, like when I called back over to that basket to get inside it, like it wasn't uncomfortable. And I knew that's what she carried her baby in because it smelled just like him. And so did the nest I was in. So those are how I knew, like, those were his things. And I think that when I crawled back in it, like, he didn't like that. He didn't like me in his basket, because that's when he got, like, aggravated. And he, like, crawled over to it. But I guess I wouldn't like somebody in my bed either, or in my transportation that my mom had for me either. I'd be like, that's enough. Like, you need to get out.
Yeah. That is extremely interesting. And whenever the sheriff saw you, I'm sure he was shocked. Yeah. And like, what the heck happened to this girl?
I honestly don't even know I don't know what he thought. I don't know what he thought. I can't imagine. But I have to tell you, like, my whole town was amazing. Like, when I was too scared to, like, wait out by the bus stops, and I was too scared to walk to the car or be outside. And then in our music class, like, our music teacher assigned all of these, like, flutes, these little recorders to us that we had to practice at school and at home. So you literally had all of these kids running around this little town playing all of these flutes. And there was no way to hide, like, anywhere, because flutes give away where you are. Anyways, like, my whole town had helped me through this incredible situation that they didn't even know had happened. Like, the teachers that took their babies to daycare would take me to school and bring me home. Like, everybody just helped me to where I didn't have to be outside or wasn't scared. It was really amazing. And I'm so thankful to all of them. And the sheriff that helped me was my best friend's dad. So he was amazing. And he didn't, like, do anything that would, like, let someone come take me away from my mom.
Yeah.
So we kept it quiet.
Yeah, that's understandable. And I'm glad that you had a good community around you, and it sounds like God put you right where he wanted you to be.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Whenever this juvenile was moving around, you said it was super fast. Was it creepy? Like, how fast it was? Or I guess I don't know the right word to use, but it was like a spider.
Creepy. So creepy. So I was watching a horror movie, which I usually don't do. But I had watched, I don't even know how I came across this movie, but it was the movie called Hellraiser. And have you ever seen, I don't know which one it is either, but it's the one where, like, Pinhead is, like, on the floor, and, like, when the man brings those people in the room for him to eat those people, and he crawls over to them real fast on his arms and hands. And that's exactly what it would look like, creepy and scary. And that's why I was so scared, just because of the way he moved. And I don't really know if it's because his legs like didn't have feeling in them, so he did the best he could. But yeah, that was the scariest part, was just like the way he had to move.
Yeah, that's completely understandable.
It wasn't his fault. Like, it wasn't his fault that he got hit by a car.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't their fault, and they're just trying to live their lives, and that is really sad. And my eyes are tearing up as we speak. I know I don't show much emotion, or it doesn't sound like I'm interested or something. A lot of people comment that it sounds like I wasn't interested in the podcast, but I am, and this is just how I sound. But yeah, it definitely touched my heart hearing anything that you had to say, and I don't know. I just
think that you hear so many stories that people tell, and they're always so willing to tell their scary stories, and that's great, because you should be afraid. Like, they're huge. Like, I didn't even come up to her knees. Like, I don't even know how you're supposed to act around things like that. Like, I don't even know what I was going to say, because I just pictured being in front of her knees again, and I forgot what I was saying. You know, I still see her face. Like I could be doing something, and it is like she is right there. And I know that she's not like right there, but sometimes, like, I feel like I just feel a whole lot. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're fine. And this kind of reminds me of a personal encounter that I heard, and this guy's name was Tommy, and Tommy was actually on Sasquatch Chronicles years ago, but he reached out to me after I told my encounters and told me about his experiences, and it was a very traumatic experience. Tommy grew up in a very abusive home, and he was like a foster child, and basically homeless, and finally the family that took him in was extremely abusive. The guy would beat him to death. So one day Tommy took off, and he was trying to leave this place because of the abuse, and he took off one night in Minnesota and ended up in the swamp, and he was drowning in this swamp, and this mother Sasquatch came and picked him up out of the swamp, and he's like kicking and screaming, and basically this creature saved him. And it was a very, very sad story, and especially what he had to endure. And a lot of people think these creatures are evil, but I've heard many encounters where these things would save people, and a lot of people say that they're demons, but I don't think a demon would ever save someone. I mean, I often wonder, does this have to do with like spirits? Like, are these things just shape-shifting, turning into Sasquatch? There's not really an answer. No one really knows, but I don't feel like a demon would save you, because any opportunity that they had for you losing your soul, they would take it. They wouldn't try to save you and give you another chance. I don't think a demon would do that.
And a demon would not touch a Bible and open it to a Bible verse and leave it in your living room for you to find. And the demon wouldn't communicate with you while you're still wearing a cross. And the demon wouldn't communicate with you and show you all the ways to walk yourself back to yourself and God.
Yeah, that's
so
absolutely
she's
right.
Not.
Yeah.
I just feel like they're not the same.
Yeah, it's
even
something
though people
different.
call them that.
Yeah, it's something different, and we just don't understand. And maybe there's some type of connection with like autistic people, or just certain people's energy and their ability to have these cryptid encounters and paranormal experiences throughout their life. Maybe they're not connected and they don't go hand in hand, but for some reason we're able to see past the curtain, I guess you can say. This Sasquatch creature, you said whenever it was moving around, it made some tree structures. Can you describe what these tree structures looked like?
Which one? You mean the baby?
Yeah, the baby.
Yeah. So he was really cute. The tree structures that he made weren't like anything you would think of. They were like really cute. They were crosses, actually, that were stuck in the ground. Like so if you're walking through the woods and you was to see a cross made of sticks sticking in the ground, you would think that was like something was buried there, right? It's not. Like, he did the funniest thing. Like, he had all of these crosses stuck in the ground, and when he would like be moving on the ground, he would take one of the crosses out of the ground like a little sword. You see a cross, if you hold it in your hands, like a little sword.
Yeah, that is interesting. So like a Jesus cross, not like an X. Is that correct?
Right. No, it was like a Jesus cross in the ground. And then they were like little swords just stuck places.
Yeah, that's interesting. I interviewed a gentleman from Virginia or West Virginia, I think it's what it was, and he was camping at a campground with his friend, and this Sasquatch showed up multiple times, and it stayed with them pretty much the whole night. But what I found very creepy was this Sasquatch was like trying to communicate with them, and it like pointed up to the stars, and it said Lucifer. And that really creeped me out because you mentioned the 666 thing, and yeah, it just makes me wonder. So again, I am wondering like what these things truly are, and I accept everyone's theories, whether they say, you know, it's something else, it's a primate, or it's interdimensional, or it's demonic. Like, I don't dismiss anyone. I'm just looking for answers myself. But when that guy said that this Sasquatch looked up in the air, pointed at the stars, and said Lucifer, that really creeped me out.
Well, you know, Lucifer is also the name of the telescope for the Vatican Church. The telescope that they use is named Lucifer.
Yeah. Yeah, that is very interesting. And I'll leave a link to that in the description. It's called Wild People of the Forest. There's a part 1, 2, and 3 if anyone wants to check it out, and that way you can find it. Okay. So let's see. One thing that I was interested in, and I want to understand more. I'm not sure exactly how this went, so you'll have to correct me. The creature went through a tree, and did it take you somewhere else? Is that correct?
So, in my encounter, like at the, like, I don't know where all we traveled. I just know, like, when I was coming to and waking up, like the tree that she went under, like the tree like opened up, like it was different. It was a different kind of tree. It was like opened up to a new place. And when it opened up, it's like through a creek bed that came up under this huge meadow, is all I could explain it. And it was just this colors and places that were so vibrant. I've never even seen these colors. Like, they're not our colors. So that's why I think where I went wasn't here. I think where I went through the state park where she traveled took us there to where we went.
So it was definitely another plane of existence, like another dimension. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting. That could be why people don't find a body or any bones. Do you think that's the answer right there?
I do not know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I am still trying to figure out what happened to me. It's really difficult to try to figure out those things yet.
Yeah, I understand that. So the male Sasquatch knocked, I think, 3 times with its hand, like against the tree.
Yeah, using like his wrist like a volleyball player.
Oh, wow. And it would stick trees upside down into the ground, and it would jump down onto them.
No, climb down backwards.
Okay. Did it kind of use it like steps? Is that correct?
Yeah. So they were smooth, but in some places where the branches were hanging down, it was like almost like you could use them as ladders. And there was 3 in a row, like in the same row, and they were the same size tree.
Wow. And
all the same.
Yeah, that's interesting. And whenever the creature would blink, you would see like this film, kind of like when a crocodile blinks.
Yeah. So have you ever been to the optometrist and you're sitting in your doctor chair and he's like flashes one circle and says, "Can you see better out of this lens or this lens?" And he brings those circles down for you to see out of?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Yeah, well, that's what her eyes did. So every time she blinked, a different lens would come down, red, amber brown, white. And the white is what got me calmed down inside. And the brown was for when she was normal. And the red was for her to find me in the dark.
So they can change the color of their eyes?
Yes. And they come, and this was a light that came from inside her eyes, not outside.
Wow, that's incredible. My friend Wendy was just telling me that. Wendy's from North Carolina, and she was saying that they showed up one night and their eyes were glowing a certain color, and when they showed up the next night, they changed colors.
Oh, my.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Well, I know that now the baby never cycled through eyes like that. Like his stayed brown. Hers didn't. And then the female Sasquatch, that the grandmother one, she was solid white with like salt and pepper latch hooked hair. Like if someone just took like a crochet latch hook and just latch hooked the hair, different colors in there, like salt and pepper pattern. That's what her fur was. And then she had like a light gray, a light heather gray like skin into her. And she had one blue eye and one brown eye. And I never saw her teeth. She never opened her mouth or anything like that. And there was a fox that she had that stayed sitting beside her. And have you ever heard like a fox make like a laughing sound? Like it sounds like they're laughing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they sounded exactly the same sometimes. Like she could make the same voice as a fox. It was so weird.
Yeah, so they try to blend in with the environment.
Yeah, and see, the thing about her fur is it was white, and when she held my jelly sandals, because they were pearl colored, like it was like they just disappeared when she held them. They just blended in to when she was holding them.
That's very interesting. So the skin seemed like it had some type of energy over it. Can you describe that too?
So energy, I don't really know if it had like energy over it. It like shimmered out, like a predator effect, like just instant camo, like instantaneous blending in with the environment, and anything that she held just disappeared.
Okay. Yeah, because when you were talking about the crocodile underwater, like you kind of described that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So how I felt. So in regards to that, that's like when she moved and I was next to her. Like that's what, and I felt that like her ripple like that. Like how the water like ripples on top when it does that. That's like what I felt her fur do. So that's why I thought that was energy.
Oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
I'm sorry. I didn't quite get it at first.
Yeah. No, that's understandable. And you said it like held its hand over its eyebrows, and that's whenever it projected these thoughts into your mind?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So how like when you're looking outside and you've just woken up and you're squinting and you like put your hands over your eyebrows like that, but you use both hands and you put them on each side and your like fingertips are connected in the middle. Well, that's how her hands were. And she came down straight to my face to where the other side of her hand touched my forehead. So now my hand, we're both the same, like looking at each other. And that's when she just like projected this into my mind, this emergency call. And then she also projected an image of the people inside their car, sitting behind their wheel. So the husband was driving the car. The wife is sitting next to him. And that's the image that I got from the windshield, was them two in the car that hit her.
Yeah, and I'm sure that old couple has a story of their own to tell, and I don't know if they're around anymore, but maybe they told this story before somewhere, that they hit like a family group of Sasquatch with their car.
And I'm thinking so too. I don't know if they're still alive because it's 40 years later. I've never tried to look them up, even though I know who they are. I don't think I could ever bring myself to call them and say, I know what you did. And I don't even know if they're alive. But I'm quite sure that they have children and stuff like that.
Yeah. And whenever this creature held you over the fence, you peed all over the fence and it shocked the creature.
So the electricity traveled up through my pee and shocked both of us. Shocked me and the creature. And she dropped me straight to the ground.
Yeah, that's wild right there.
And I felt so bad because I electrocuted her. Like, I felt terrible.
I'm sure she understood. You were in fear.
I don't know.
Yeah, so you were like a dirty little mess, and you smelled like a sewer essentially. Yeah. You had no shoes, and the cop wouldn't give you the password, so you had to walk next to the sheriff's car. And I could just picture that in my mind, this little girl walking next to this cop car all the way home.
Greasy, with grease all over me from their hands.
Yeah, he's thinking, what in the world happened? I'm just going to make sure I get her home.
Yeah, he knew my mom too, and he did not have the courage to go inside that house with me.
Yeah.
He was probably like, I'm not going to go with her.
Yeah, and that was really cute. Give me the password, and he just didn't know.
Yeah, and the password was my dog's name, Greta.
Oh, wow.
He would have never got it.
No, he never would have got it. How old were you whenever this encounter happened?
So I was 8 years old.
Okay, I think you said that. And how long did this encounter last? Like, how many hours were you there, or minutes?
I was there all day. I left my house after Dennis the Menace that morning. Dennis the Menace is like back then it was like a sitcom that came on with like a real actor, not like a cartoon. And it was a little boy that was like mischievous and always bugged his neighbor. And so I remember I made my grits and I watched Dennis the Menace and I put my sandals on and told my mom I was going out to play. And by then it would have been 8:30 a.m. The time that came in on the car call was 10:34 p.m. I was in the nest for a couple hours before she found me. But essentially, I was with them all day. And I'm scared to death because I don't know if I want to remember everything. So I'm pretty good with everything that I know. Like with regression, I'm appreciative for it because it helps you realize that you're alive. But it also puts you back during your encounter. And so I was only able to sit through regression to the tree part for the conversation. And I was only able to sit through regression for the first part of my encounter to realize that a tunnel of light came down and helped that baby. But I can't really sit through it anymore because I don't really have anyone to talk about it. And there's only so many emails you can send people before they like get tired of hearing from you. So I think I'm pretty good. I don't think I want to go to regression for any of my extraterrestrial encounters either, especially the missing time with the owl, because I've heard those can be like, I heard the owl ones, like the owl missing time ones, like even though it's a sweet gesture with the owl feather and everything, I'm sure there were good parts, but I've heard that those ones are really bad. And I don't think I can handle really bad.
Yeah. I've also had an encounter with a large white owl. It was like the size of a human, like maybe 4 or 5 feet tall. And it was it snowed in the wintertime, and I wanted to go back to where I seen this white Sasquatch come out of the woods, so I kind of followed where he came out of, and it took me down to this creek bottom, and it snowed, and it doesn't snow a lot in Missouri, but whenever I was walking to this area where he came out of, where I found like some pushed over cedar trees, I was looking for him. Whenever I was walking towards the creek, I saw this shadow go over my shoulder, and it was almost like someone threw like a large football over me. And what it was that owl, and he landed on this branch, and he was looking at me, like staring into my soul. His eyes were like this amber red orange color, and he was looking directly at my eyes, and I was frozen in place. And he was ginormous. I mean, this huge white owl, like snow white. And it was just weird that I seen him the day that it snowed. Like, this thing was out flying around to like blend into the environment. That's what I was thinking. Well, it hit me like, I have my phone in my pocket. I'm going to record this thing on video. And I slowly took my hand and I was reaching into my coat pocket. And whenever I did that, his eyes went from looking dead at me to my hand, and he was watching my hand. And as I was going for my phone, he flew off, and I was like, man, I missed it. But it felt super spiritual, and I heard the Native Americans talk about that, like people encountering these white owls, and it can go both ways. Some say it's like an omen, and some say that it's spiritual. And honestly, like with the Christian faith, it's bad to even say anything is an omen. It talks about that in the Bible, to even suggest it.
Wow. That's so frustrating, isn't it? Because not everything is bad. Like, it's just not.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so you didn't know what Bigfoot was, and then you saw the legend of Boggy Creek. I'm sure that terrified you, not knowing what Bigfoot was.
Yeah, I still can't watch a Bigfoot movie to this day. I cannot.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Okay, so moving to the new location, and whenever you encounter this hyena creature, my question is, why did your dad leave you outside? Why did he lock the door? Like, I was trying to understand that part.
I think it was because at this point, like, it had been like a little over a year since my encounter, but I was still like terrified. And he had grown like tired of finding me. Like, I would army crawl in the bedroom at nighttime so he couldn't see me. And I would crawl over to my mom's side. And because she knew what happened to me, like, she, like, it was okay for me to be there on the floor. And so, like, I would crawl beside her bed because I didn't want to sleep in my room alone. And he would get mad if he would wake up and find me on the floor. And so then I found, like, they had a water bed, and I found that, like, I could, like, squeeze between the middle of the drawers and the very, very, very middle of it to where he wouldn't know I was in there. And so that's how I slept a lot until I, like, got better and could deal with it. And I also think that she knew I was terrified. And I think she was just trying to say she was sorry. And the only way she could say she was sorry was by sitting outside my window at nighttime when I didn't have anyone and hum and sing me a sweet song to calm me. And on those times that she did that, I was able to crawl underneath my bed, and, like, I would, like, bury myself underneath my bed with, like, all my stuffed animals around me underneath. And because I was afraid that she could still see through the window and see where I was in my room and if I was laying on my bed. But I thought if I buried myself under my bed and I just kept putting things around me, that no one could find me. But I think she still knew because she could feel me and she could feel, like, that I was sad. So I think she was just trying to comfort me because obviously my parents weren't doing a good job at that.
Yeah, and I'm sorry that happened to you. Whenever you...
It's okay.
Yeah, no, I understand. And whenever you encounter this white hyena, canine-looking creature that was as big as a lion, whatever happened to it?
I think that she sent it because, do you remember when I told you And then when I was in the forest with them, and that she would draw those symbols on the ground and then stack some stones 4 piles high. Well, it came back. It came out of one of those portals. And I think that it came back to like I think it was like a guard dog for when she couldn't be there. Does that make sense? I think that she just like sent it to watch over me, because also when she got to the tree opening that day that I was in and we had the conversation, she told me that I should not be playing in the woods, that there are things out here that would hurt me and not animals. She told me there were other things that I should be very afraid of that take kids and eat them. And so I think that everything that she did that day, the nest being built there, the poop all around the nest, I think it was all strategically done to protect me or whoever would have been going in the woods that day to that tree house from whatever was out there.
Yeah, very well could have been. So the dog didn't try to hurt you or harm you in any way?
No, he just stayed like a deer would, like, except it was a hyena, not a deer. And it just stayed like in the wood line.
Yeah, that's really interesting. The creature that I saw.
And then,
oh, go ahead.
And then when he told me in my mind, spirit beast, it's kind of like all started clicking in my adult ears. Like, okay, he was sent there for me. That's how I took it.
Yeah, that's interesting to know. And the creature that I saw, me and my buddy were driving towards the river one day after school, and we would road trip, and we were going down a country road, a highway, and it was almost dark time, and we were going down this hill on the highway, and my friend saw this possum crossing the road, and it was a big possum. All of a sudden he stepped on the pedal, and I'm thinking, what the heck, what is this guy doing? Oh my gosh, he's going to try to hit this possum. And I'm not for hitting animals at all, but anyways, I'm just wondering, like, what is he doing? He's going like 80 miles an hour on this highway that you're supposed to go 55 miles an hour. And as we're getting down the hill, this canine creature dives out of the woods into the highway from left to right, and it was just one big swoop, and it snatches up this possum and with its mouth, throws it up in the air, and then catches it, and then shakes its head like a rag doll back and forth, and then it dives back into the woods. But this creature, it was built like a lion. It was huge, and it had like the head of a hyena, and it had like this mane around its neck. Like the fur or the hair on this creature, it was really short. I would say like a ½ inch, and it was like a blue pit color, like this grayish blue color. But the hair around its neck was like a lion, and it was built like a lion too. Like its front chest was huge. This thing was massive, and it looked like a wolf or a hyena or a German shepherd, but the head was kind of like rounder, like a pit bull, but the snout was like a hyena.
Amazing. That's incredible.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say.
Yeah, it blew my mind.
That's terrifying. I don't know what I would have done if she would have like thrown something up in the air and ate it in front of me. I'm pretty sure I would have died. Like, I'm pretty sure I would have, because inside her mouth was terrifying. It was huge. Huge.
Yeah. That's creepy. And
like when she yawned, like her top canines like came down like a hole punch. Like they weren't there before. They didn't even retract till she yawned. That's how I noticed the one that was broken off on that side.
Yeah. Very interesting stuff, and it really mirrors a lot of my encounters and experiences. Whenever you went back to that state park, whenever the school dropped you off there, did you run into the Sasquatch?
Yeah. So the baby that I had during my childhood encounters, Like, even though I only saw him in person like that, like on when I was little, when I was grown up or when I was older, like he stayed in the wood lines when I ran. So like, I really didn't get to see him a whole lot. Oh, one thing I did forget to tell you, like sometimes I would wake up in the pasture outside of my home, like in the field, asleep. And I had been like, and then I would just be like, I don't even know how I got out there. And if I think back to it now, when I think back to me laying on the ground outside, I remember seeing him laying beside me on the ground until I woke up, until the neighbor came and found me to take me home. So literally, he just laid on the ground beside me while I laid outside asleep. And I don't know why. I don't know if that was like trauma from what my dad used to do with me. Remember when he would take and set me in the backyard when that encounter happened?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And see, they saw all this. Like, they saw all this. So she had so much time to process my whole life. Like, she saw everything I went through. She saw the kids that made fun of me wearing my fur coat. She told me I should take off my fur and they would like me. But I didn't care. I kept it on. So like everything that she studied about me, like they were so sweet and thoughtful. Like anything could have happened to me sleeping on the ground outside in a field. But he laid right there beside me, just right there in the grass, on his stomach, head on his hands, just right there beside me until the neighbor would come find me. This was a different neighbor in our new town. He would come find me because it was his field, and he would take me home. And it only happened a couple of times. And this is the really strange part about this time, is that on the times that I would be sleeping, like I would travel like outside of my body with him, with the baby Sasquatch that wasn't a baby anymore. But he wasn't like in body form. So if you can picture two bodies laying on the ground and your soul just flying in the sky, we would go to this rock pit. I don't know how to describe this. It's kind of crazy. We would travel in soul form to a rock pit together and like go swimming, and our hair would be wet, his fur would be wet, my hair would be wet, our clothes would be wet. But then when I would wake up on the ground back in my body, like I would be dry, and so would he. And then when the neighbor would come and get me to take me inside, like he would just like shimmer out and pancake low to the ground, and the neighbor that would take me home would never even see him laying in there, just like laying there flat on the ground, blending in. It was incredible. I can't believe I forgot to tell you that part. I'm so sorry. That happened before my owl encounter.
Well, I appreciate you for sharing that. And going to the Nordic encounter, the human blonde-haired being, do you think this is an angel? Do you think it's something interdimensional? Do you think it's something demonic? You were abducted, so what do you think about this?
This is not an angel. It's not a demon. It is not a human. It is not an animal. It is something, I don't know what it is. They are not from here. They are human-like, and they look human. But if you look at them, that you learn very quickly they are not human by their eyes. Their eyes don't look the same. And do you know what Edward looks like from that vampire movie? I don't really know what it's called.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Do you know how it showed like that shimmery part of him? Like when he got in the sun? That's how this their skin was. His skin was.
Yeah, Twilight.
It was like yeah, it was like a hologram. Like it didn't make any sense. Like his features kept shifting and moving.
Yeah, and when you were in that ship in the oven, is what I'll call it. It reminded me of like Stranger Things.
Oh, I've never seen Stranger Things. I can't watch things like that because of what I've been through. Like I tell you, if I watch stuff like that, it sends me in a really bad place.
Yeah, I don't watch stuff like that either, and I mean I have, but I just try to watch anything positive, and I can't watch horror films anymore or anything. Like right now, the only thing I can really watch is like YouTubers that go camping or fishing or like Nat Geo, like I don't know, like wildlife shows, things like that, and or anything like religious.
Yeah. I tell you, I don't know. I think I keep myself occupied taking care of other people so I don't have to think about what I've been through. But now look at me. And I think that's what led me here. So I can just take that second step in my journey and not be ashamed about what I've been through. But most important of all, to quit being afraid of people, because there's really nice people like you that I shouldn't be afraid of. And I want to say thank you so much for helping me. You're amazing.
No, you're amazing, Amy, and it was a blessing speaking with you today. And I'm really happy that you said that. I mean, obviously, not everyone thinks I'm a good person, and I'm really glad that you think that about me. So that really means a ton to me, and it was really good to hear that.
And you know what? Like, this doesn't have to be it. Like, if you have any questions for me and you think of anything, like, my heart is open to you. Like, my family knows about you. Everyone here knows what I'm doing right now. And, like, if you have any questions for me or anything that I forgot to share, like, you can call me anytime. Like, and I will never make fun of you. And I will listen to you and I will not judge you about what you've been through.
I really appreciate that, and I certainly do need someone to talk to, so I'll keep in constant communication with you. And yeah, I was tearing up whenever you were telling your story, and a few times I had to cry, and just I felt this deep emotion, and I could relate to your experiences, and it really touched my heart. And it was just such a good feeling knowing that there's other people out there that have had these same experiences. And that's why I started my channel, because whenever I first started talking about Bigfoot, I told myself that's all I'm going to say is just the Bigfoot stuff. I'm not going to tell anyone else about the other cryptids or the paranormal activity. There's no way. And it took me a lot just to talk about the Bigfoot encounters. And eventually I started talking about the paranormal experiences because I knew that there had to be someone out there that's had these same experiences, because I know they were real without a doubt. It wasn't sleep paralysis. It wasn't I wasn't on drugs, and I wasn't hallucinating. Like, this stuff really happened. So if I had these experiences, I know someone else out there has. So I'm really glad I opened up about it. And I mean, I think I would have got more views and more believers if I just would have stuck with Bigfoot and played it off like it was just this unknown primate. But with what I experienced, seeing them just vanish into thin air, or seeing the orbs associated with the activity, or them like showing up in different areas whenever I'd be hunting in different conservation areas, all in the same time period. Like, there's no way they could do that. How can they show up to this exact spot, my first time bow hunting in this conservation area? They're here too, 20 or 30 miles away. First time going there. And then I go somewhere else and they're there as well. It's just like, there's something more to this. There's no way that this is just some unknown primate. And they followed me to my house, and I started having encounters here. Yeah. So, like, I know there's a lot more to it, and people just need to be a lot more open-minded. Sometimes the craziest stories may be the realest ones out there.
And let me tell you, if you don't think they don't know who we share our stories with, because when we share our stories, we also share them. And they know exactly who we share them with. And you have her name. So if you are ever in the woods and you need a friend, don't be afraid to use her name. And let me tell you, she can hear you. You know how I know that call was an emergency call, Miguel? I forgot to tell you this. But about 10 years into our marriage, my husband and I went to a ranch in Centerville, Texas for his company. And this was after I'd pushed my Bigfoot encounter to the side and like I was doing okay. I still didn't venture out in the woods, but I did get on a four-wheeler and ride behind him. And this day I went, don't ask me why. I got on a four-wheeler and I rode to the edge of the wood line on this ranch. And I did my emergency call that she gave me. The one I told you she put in my head. I went to the edge of the wood lines and I made it. And I don't know why I did. Because the second I did it, my heart dropped, my body filled with terror, and I was like, holy crap, what did I just do? Jumped back on the four-wheeler, got back to the house, went inside, shut the drapes, threw the door shut, locked myself inside. I thought, oh my God, like I was waiting, like what'd I do? Do you know that night when night came, she came by herself to a tree outside by the back porch. And I did not know she was there because I was too scared to go outside. My husband knew she was there. My husband was sitting on the back porch and he didn't take a gun because he would never want to hurt her. And my husband is also ex-military. He was a sniper, so he's very good with a gun and he's very good with his vision. And all you saw was these Dr. Pepper eyes standing by this tree all night long. And he stayed out there in the chair all night long, sitting with his back to the house while we were inside staring at her. And he would not let me go outside. And I didn't want to go outside. But what I want to tell you is that when they gift you with an emergency call, if you don't remember what it is, don't use it because they risk their lives coming to that call. And I could have been stupid and used that call in a wrong, irresponsible way. And I feel terrible about that. And so I forgot to tell you that too.
I appreciate you for sharing that with me. So you believe that if I use this call in a moment of need, they might show up?
If you have ever been gifted an emergency call by a Bigfoot and you are in trouble and you use that call, they will come and help you.
That is very interesting. I had a strange dream the other night. Before I went to bed, I felt like I feel like I'm in God's waiting room, and I've been kind of studying like how to communicate with God, like how to hear God's voice. And I sat there all night before I went to bed, like, how do I actually hear his voice? Like, I was really thinking about it. I've been watching a lot of videos, reading a lot of books about it, and it just wasn't making sense to me. And I had this dream. It was just a really strange dream. There were people from my past that were in it, and it was really hard to remember. But towards the end, the cop that was in my dream, the code word for like the rest of the cops to come in was, God help me. And then I woke up that night, like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I was thinking like, man, I still don't know like how to hear God's voice. And I thought about that dream, like, man, that's really weird. Right at the end, that guy said, God, please help me. And I remember this time whenever, I don't know, it was years ago, I was doing things that I shouldn't have. And I mean, I'll admit it here, like I smoked marijuana or whatever, but I got really, really dang sick. Like I felt like I was almost out of my body. And all of a sudden I started feeling like really hot. And I remember like touching my chest, like kind of patting my chest, and like I was sweaty hot. And then all of a sudden it got worse and worse, and it felt like I was inside this giant bell. Like I just heard this loud bell ringing, and I was like inside the bell, like ding, and it was so ear-shattering. Like I didn't know what to do. I was panicking, and then it got worse and worse, and like I was sweating even more, and like the sound was deafening. Like it sounded like I was inside a large church bell and somebody hit it really hard, and that sound wouldn't go away. And then I didn't know what to do, and I said, God, please help me. And boom, like a light switch, it just stopped. And I
Wow.
guess that's how I communicate with God, is that, like, when I really need him, I have to say, God, please help me. I don't know. That's just how I felt. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah. And we're his children, so it's his job to help us. He has to.
Yeah. And I feel like that dream answered my question, because I sat there all night and I woke up that morning wondering, like, how do I communicate with God? And I guess you have to call out to him.
Yeah. I forgot to tell you something. Do you remember my encounter on board the ship when I told you I crawled into the room next to me, the oven, as you would call it?
Mm-hmm.
I forgot to tell you that that summer I went to church camp, and when I got to church camp, there was a girl there. It was the girl in the room next to me on that ship, and I walked right over to her, and I gave her the biggest. I'm so sorry about my dogs.
Oh, you're fine.
I walked right over to her, and I gave her the biggest hug, and I just started crying, and she started crying. And I said, "Hi, my name is Amy." And she said, "Hi, my name is Star." So the girl that was on that ship with me in that other womb room, her name was Star. Her name is Star, and she's from Phoenix, Arizona. And Star, if you can hear this, I love you. Anyways, she was on that ship that night, and I met her and I met her back here on Earth in real life. And because at first I thought I was crazy and that maybe my mom had beat me and that the bruises were from her. And then when I met that girl in real life, I was so happy that I just started crying, because I knew that my mom didn't beat me and I didn't imagine it.
That is incredible. Is that the red-haired girl with the aqua blue eyes that was asleep?
Yeah. Her name is Star.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible that her name's Star as well.
Yeah, my new friend has literally came from the stars. I'm telling you, my whole life is just so crazy, and everything that's happened to me, it just all goes together. And I know it probably doesn't make a whole lot of sense to y'all, but it makes sense to me. And I'm just so thankful for all of y'all letting me share with you.
Yeah, I was blessed to be able to communicate with you today, and I'm glad I contacted you in the comments. I read your comment and I was like, I got to reach out to her. It sounds out there, and she's had some Bigfoot encounters, and that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for out there, something that's deeper and has more meaning than I saw it walk across the road and that was it. Never had anything else happen again. And I'm glad that we were able to speak and you shared all this information with me. You also shared these photos, and I'll put them up in the podcast so people can see them, of kind of like what the Sasquatch look like. You also shared this one, and I believe it's from a national park in China, where there's this big mother Sasquatch and she's reaching out to her baby. What is the significance to that photo, and how does this relate to your experience?
So that photo is who I saw. That's exactly who I saw in the woods. She wasn't wearing a loose skirt, and she didn't have long hair. But that's who I saw in the woods, and that's what her baby looked like.
Wow, yeah, that's exactly how you describe them too. So it must be the same creatures or the same type of creatures that they're seeing in China. And like you said, they can think where they want to go and they can appear there. And I've heard that from people, that they're seeing the same Sasquatch. Like, let's say, for example, someone's seen this family group of Sasquatch in Arkansas. Then maybe there was like a black one, a gray one, a white one. Someone in Missouri can have that same encounter and they possibly experience the same thing. And I think a lot of people call them the Sabe. Like, there's a lot of information about that out there. And I don't know, I do feel like they're spiritual beings, but I personally do feel like we're under spiritual warfare, and there's like this battle between good and evil, and possibly like the paranormal experiences, like that was evil, but maybe the Sasquatch are good. Like, there's good beings out there that are trying to pull us in the right direction and know the struggle that we're going through, this conflict.
Yeah. So I have to tell you something. And I don't think that I could put like her pictures like out like of that I had done of her because I didn't get permission to share them publicly. I only got permission to share them privately. And I don't really know how like lawsuits and stuff work or how you guys, I don't want someone to take your video down over a sketch that I didn't get permission to share publicly. So I don't really know, Miguel, if I could put her picture out there.
We can certainly try, or if not, I can leave like a link in the description and people can go to it. But either way, I'll try to put it in the video.
You mean of my Bigfoot?
Yeah.
So like I don't have the person that sketched them. Like I don't have her permission to share them publicly. I didn't ask her to share them publicly. I'm terrified to ask her to share them publicly, and I don't know how to ask her if I could share them.
Was this Sabella Irwin?
Yes, it is Sabella, and she's amazing. And this is the reason why I don't know if I have her permission. So she really helped. Like she worked months and hours on them with me, and I think that like I think that she might like be ashamed of me, because like she was they were like, oh God, I don't even know how I'm gonna say this. Like I think that like things changed when I shared this. Like things changed when I shared the part of my encounter of them not being from here. Like it wasn't what like people wanted to hear. Like that they're from Maldak. And so like I kind of like didn't hear back from anybody, like unless I emailed them. And so like no one really finished like helping me through things. And I thought like I felt bad. And so because I didn't have like money to pay, like because I didn't like, I wanted to like do something special for her because of what she did for me. And I didn't have a whole lot of money, but my daughter was a wonderful artist. So I asked my daughter to paint her a picture. And my daughter like painted this really beautiful picture of a horse. And then when I like sent her an email, just giving her an update on what was happening with me and how I was doing in my process. And I told her that my daughter painted her a picture. Could I like send it to her? And so I kind of took the last email was like the last email, and it was like not an acknowledgement that I could send it to her. So I feel like that she might be ashamed or embarrassed of me, and she might not like want her picture like in my encounter. Or that might just be me, Miguel. It just might be the way my feelings that are hurt. And I don't really know how to like talk to her and to see if like. Anyways, it's fine. I'm scared of people. I don't communicate with them very well, and I'm afraid that she might not want her picture connected to my encounter. And I just want to be respectful of her because she works really hard for her name. And it might not be the kind of counter that, you know, like that she wants publicly with her name on it. Because I wanted to give my encounter to the BFRO because I thought, not to BFRO directly, but I trusted her because she like knows people. But I wanted to do the responsible thing and share my encounter with people that needed to know about it. So it's I don't really know if that makes any sense to you.
No,
and I might have took it all wrong.
Yeah,
I might have took it all wrong. I don't know.
No, I understand, and
But
your
I don't want
feelings
to
are
get you.
completely valid, and it's hard to say if she got tied up or she got overwhelmed with other people contacting her, but I did a trip with her in Alaska, and she
Yeah,
said she was going to draw
she's
up my encounter. She interviewed me, and then I just never heard back from her. It's been, I don't know, like half a year. And I reached out to her, and she said she'd get back with me, and she never did. And I mean, I got the same feeling as you, because it wasn't just like I saw this creature, I thought it was a primate. It was like I saw this one, and then I saw that one, and then later on, the whole group showed up, and there was a white one that joined the group. You know, it was like, after a while, it was kind of like eyebrow raised, like, oh.
Well, yeah. Well, see, and this is what I want to share with you. Like, you should never share your story with regression until you do regression, if that's what you're going to do, because like then your story changes. You see what I mean? Like, that's why I kind of like really didn't tell you like the story that I remember from aggression, because then my story changes, and then it makes your stories not look right. And so she had actually recommended like hypnosis to me, like regression. So I actually learned all of those techniques to do that, so I could share this information with her. And so like she has a lot going on with her mom, and she was super sweet, and I love her so much. But I also I feel like, but you know, when like your mom makes you feel ashamed what you've been through, you kind of think like everyone's ashamed of you. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not ashamed of you, and don't think that. And we'll just say that she got really busy, and she does work with the BFRO, so it's a whole different outlook on the topic. So I don't want to say anything bad about her, but if you're
Oh
listening,
no, I
Sabella,
have nothing bad.
no, I'm not saying you
I
did.
have nothing bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like,
No.
she probably just got really tied up, so that's what I'm thinking in my head, and that's what I keep convincing myself. Like,
Yeah.
she's just really busy, and she'll get back with me eventually.
And then I thought, well, maybe she doesn't want you to have her P.O. box. Like, who wants you to have their P.O. box to send mail to? Like, so, you know, I thought maybe that kind of looked like stalkerish, like when I asked for a P.O. box to send this painting to. So then I didn't want to feel like a stalker anymore, so I kind of like didn't email her. So, but I was really just trying to give her a gift for helping me. But now I just don't know how to communicate with anyone at all, because I don't know.
I'll reach out to her and I'll tell her, or I'll ask her if I can use the drawing in the video. Okay. Let's see what else. I think that pretty well wraps up all my questions.
Okay.
Okay, Amy.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure speaking with you today, and I definitely care about what you experienced, your feelings, and everything that you've gone through. And a lot of people don't understand trauma. They don't understand other people, especially, you know, the world that they were brought into and how they are. And I understand you completely. And I'm really blessed that you were able to find a partner in your life, because if you would have ended up with like someone else, they would have been really mean to you. So I'm really glad that your husband's really nice to you. He's supportive and he understands you, and that's really rare to find. So it sounds like you were blessed with a really good family, a really good community of people, and you have a really good head on your shoulders. And I'm just really thankful that you contacted me and were willing to share these encounters and experiences with me. And it really makes me rethink the entire topic.
Well, thank you so much, Miguel. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you talking to me as well. And thank you for your channel. And just so you know, like, your channels give nobodies like me places to go when we don't have anybody to talk to.
Well, I appreciate that. And you're not a nobody. You matter, and you're really important and special to me. And I'm just really blessed. And I thank God that we were able to meet. And one day, all of this will have a purpose. So just know that you're helping a lot of other people out there who feel trapped, alone, and like they're going crazy or something, okay? You're not crazy, and you definitely experience this. And this is going on, and it's really happening to people. So just know that God used you to help others. And that's what he does with my channel. So I thank God for everything.
Thank you, Miguel. I can't believe I did it. I got through it, sir. I
Yeah.
can't believe it.
Yeah, you did it. You did an excellent job too. So be proud of yourself. And I want you to take care of yourself going forward, and just make sure that anything else that happens in the future, you contact me and you let me know, okay?
I sure will. And if Sibylla gives you permission to use those pictures, please do, because she's amazing. And my Bigfoot is beautiful and deserves to be seen.
Yeah, absolutely. She's super nice, so I'm sure she'll be all for it. And if I don't hear from her, we'll just go ahead and not post it, but you can share it with me and just text it to me or something.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Miguel. And like I said, call me or email me anytime. You have my number.
Absolutely. All right. Well, you have yourself an excellent day, and we'll talk again in the future, okay?
Okay. Bye-bye, sir.
All right. Bye. All right, Amy, thank you very much for sharing your Bigfoot encounters and paranormal experiences with me. And I know it was not easy for you to do, and I really do appreciate you for enduring that and laying it all out on the table and not holding anything back. A lot of people will have these experiences, including the cryptid encounters, and only share the Bigfoot stuff because they're too afraid of being ridiculed and people thinking they're crazy. And let's just face it, it's really hard to tell people about Bigfoot, but when you try to tell them about paranormal experiences, they are very quick to judge. So thank you very much, Amy. And you took the same approach that I did, and you put it all out on the line. I don't know if it's all connected, and it probably isn't, but I feel like it's important to share cryptid encounters and paranormal experiences, even if they don't go hand in hand. I think it's important to share that a human being can have multiple experiences and strange areas of their life, and there's just not a reason for this activity. That is amazing that you crawled up into the structure and you were able to interact with the baby and the family group of Sasquatch, and you don't really hear that a lot. I have heard of other people saying that they've been with family groups, but not in this much detail. So that is really cool that they saved you and took you back to where you belong. And I'm glad that you made it home safely, because you just never know what these things are capable of. And in your case, you ran into a good clan of Sasquatch, and that's just amazing. I don't know what else to say, but I really do appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone who tuned in today and listened to the podcast. I know it was a long one, but it really means a lot. All right, guys, I really appreciate it if you made it this far, and until the next one, you guys be safe out in the forest.